Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 45th edition of the Sons of Kojima podcast. My name is Fred, and I am being joined by a distinguished panel, as always. First of all, one of my good friends, Mr. Moogle, is here.
Live from the North Pole, I bring you a very chill podcast tonight.
Shit. Hopefully so. We also have the nomadic, the birthday boy himself, Mr. Nomad 510.
Thanks for that, Fred. What's up, everyone?
Happy birthday, sir. We also have Mr. Lester.
Hello, guys.
We have the delightful Miss Alice.
I'd like to thank my fellow co-hosts, and I'd like to thank the viewers for coming here and allowing me to annoy all of you guys.
We have the spectacular Mr. Che.
What's going on, everyone? This should be one hell of a podcast we have planned for you tonight.
And right on time, in fact, the man of the hour, Mr. DasBoSchitt, has joined us.
Just realized I was almost about to miss that. So, yay! Hey, how's it going?
Fantastic. All right, so a lot to get to tonight. A lot of people were excited for us to finally talk to you, Das. Let's start with the most, I'd say, let's start this usefully. Me and my friends here, we've talked to you for, I'd say maybe like 5 hours worth of podcasting over 2 episodes. And we were sort of looking back and we were trying to figure out where you were coming from. So for us and for the people at home, let us know sort of where this compassion from Phil, where it comes from. What motivates you to want to help Phil in the ways that you have lately?
A lot of it just kind of comes from the fact that, like, he is taking in some constructive criticism lately. I never said he was perfect by any means. He still has some things to improve upon, like using hyperbole in the wrong sense. Like, I really wish he wouldn't, use words like sociopath and, mental disorder or anything like that.
Sure.
Because it irritates the shit out of people. And he still gets pretty salty, and I get that a lot of people get pissed off about that. I get it. But he has gotten to a point where it's hard enough to really see the guy deserving a lot of what he gets nowadays, like still being trolled on his streams, getting these really ridiculous DMCA takedowns to, like, very, very blatantly try to destroy his channels. And it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, well, I could sort of see where they're coming from in the past, but he's kind of polishing up his attitude a little bit more nowadays to the point where he kind of deserves it less than he already has. Because I can think of a lot worse people that deserve this kind of treatment. You know what I mean?
Okay. So if I understand that correctly, what you're saying is you feel that he's improving, and because of that, you want to maybe stand up for him, or maybe you want to represent him in a certain way?
I just would rather not see destruction thrown his way so severe that he has over, like, this past week, like getting his, like, channels shut down, or at least the threat of getting his channels shut down, which makes him money and allows him to live the life that he has in Washington, which he clearly enjoys. So seeing that sort of thing happen to him, it's really kind of hard after a while to see the side of Phil's detractors. Like, are they say they're being critics, but I'm buying it less and less these days.
Okay. Now, what I'm sort of confused then on is that this all started far before his channel was in any sort of jeopardy, right? I mean, the Patreon donations, the long, well-written, well-intentioned posts on his forums, basically giving him 5, maybe 6 paragraphs on how he can change, all that stuff. That all happened far before this. I mean, obviously the channel strikes happened like last week, and if I'm not mistaken, you were a Patreon from day one, or at least very early on. So aside from his channel being in jeopardy and stuff like that, before that, maybe what was your motivation there? What did you see in Phil that makes you want to sort of reach out, go out of your way to help the guy?
Well, if you remember right when you first had me on the podcast, you had asked me what I would say to Phil if he were listening,
yes,
and what kind of constructive criticism you can give the guy. And I gave my reasons. Obviously, from the very start, I wanted to see if I could at least help the guy, because I'm not going to go out of my way to try to help somebody if I thought he was completely hopeless. You know what I mean? If I thought the guy was as hopeless as, say, Donald Trump in the polls, then I wouldn't even bother.
Right.
You know what I mean? But the thing is, like, I came at this like I did find it funny. Like a lot of his screw ups, like selling empty game cases, and a lot of his saltiness, and just it was fucking hilarious for a good while. And I made those videos with that intention in mind. Like, but at the same time, I did want to see him improve because I can see a lot of different good things about the guy. Like he's a good public speaker and his reviews are really fair. So a lot of his vlogging content is something that I've kind of enjoyed. I don't really watch the gameplay stuff. It's too long and I can't really focus on gameplay stuff watching it anyway. I got to play it.
Okay.
But that's kind of the standpoint that I'm at. Like I wanted to see the guy improve from the start, but
Right.
at the same time it was just kind of hilarious to see the screw ups that he had. So
right.
at the same time I was there too.
So you mentioned being on before and mentioning things that you want him to improve on. We actually have some clips that we can play if you don't mind, just to like refresh everybody's memory. Mughal, if you could you play clip number 25 for us? This would be Das's first piece of advice to Mr. Phil.
Mughal left the call. Sorry.
Oh,
I
okay.
will try to add him back. He's having problems with his stereo mix.
Yeah, I saw him
But-
coming in and out.
Yep, I will add him back.
Okay. Like I said, we're going to we have a Google Doc with different sound clips that we want to use to sort of illustrate our points. Obviously, we got accused of like not having fact-based arguments, stuff like that. So we wanted to cover our bases and we wanted to make sure that, our claims are backed up with evidence and proof of that. So we crafted a Google Doc. It's full of timestamps to the source material, Phil's videos, our podcast, stuff like that. That's going to kind of be the companion piece when we release the podcast after the fact. So Mughal, if you're with us, if you could please hop on Stereo Mix, and if you could play us clip number 25, please.
It's not working for me for some reason.
It's not going to like feedback Skype audio, is it?
It shouldn't. Let me figure out something. I could probably do something sort of bootleg. If it has to do that, I'm not sure why we didn't test this. Let's see here.
I'd like to say before we get this started, hi KG.
Yeah. All right, so let's try this instead
KG.
then. Let's see if I can get this going. Let me know in the chat if this doesn't sound good. I'm going to do my best to play these sound clips because I think they're going to be very helpful for us to avoid these sort of you guys don't use facts or anything like that after the fact, because I know there are probably some people here that might be skeptical of us and our intentions and whatever else. So
Anyway, but I would tell him he's got to start like making his content a little more accessible, and he's got to start, chopping out the bits where he's, constantly lost, and make it a little more montagey, but not, obviously not too much, because if he's going to do an entire playthrough, he probably doesn't want to skip too much like just in case somebody starts getting lost in the game and they need to use a frame of reference to stop getting lost. Of course. So I would probably suggest he find somebody willing to like edit his content, be it a friend, or teach Panda Lee to do it. And just kind of edit out the parts where he's lost or backtracking and, complaining his head off. He doesn't have to stylize it and make it flashy like he claims that people are expecting of him. He just needs to make it more digestible for his viewers, because nothing's more frustrating than seeing your sub box blown up with 10 videos every day and you're not even willing to watch any of them, So if he can bring it down to just that and maybe release maybe 2 videos every day or something like that. He would probably call that ludicrous due to the low views or anything like that. But, you have to start somewhere, and you have to start taking some risks and getting a bit of losses if you're going to move forward, The part of moving forward is going to have to go through some strife.
all right. So how was that? Did everybody hear that clearly and everything?
I heard it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I heard it on Skype anyway. I had to mute the podcast, obviously, but...
Yes, it'll come directly through Skype, so it'll reach everybody there. All right. So if you heard the suggestion, basically what it was, Phil should edit out backtracking, excess footage, perhaps have Pandally edited for him, stuff like that. That was one of your two key suggestions. Do you think that he's making any progress towards editing his actual gameplay footage with the backtracking, the stuff that you were sort of expressing frustration over, or perhaps having someone else, a fan, Pandally, some third party, editing his raw and bread and butter gameplay footage?
He hasn't done any of the editing out of backtracking lately because he seems to like that as a style. See, I have suggested things to him in the past. He took some and didn't take others for reasons that I understand. Like, I don't expect everybody who I make suggestions to take everything I say. You know what I mean? That's not really, fair for them to do because, who am I to dictate their content? He has done some classic montages with some editing. But I don't really, again, I don't watch a lot of the gaming content, so I can't really tell whether or not they're very good.
Okay. Because that's where the bulk of your criticism is aimed towards, though, wouldn't you say? I mean, the bulk of your problems or your concerns for Phil, maybe that'd be the better way to put it. The bulk of your concerns for Phil is towards his bread and butter gaming footage. And it's sort of hard to fully take it in if you acknowledge that you don't really pay attention to it. I think you've said before that you mainly watch his vlogs.
I do watch some of his gameplay footage, like he when he played Silent Hill 4. Okay. I watched that. I did some of his Dying Light, so I don't watch it on a very regular basis. But when it's a game I'm interested in, I'll totally watch it if I have the time. Sometimes I have to really pause for days on end if I'm working, but. So he hasn't taken any of the editing stuff into consideration when it comes to editing his own playthroughs because as he has said before, that's just kind of how he does things. It's like, raw point for point, and he doesn't really see the point in editing. I still wish he would edit out some of the backtracking, but I can't get everything I want, right? I can't just expect that of him. You know what I mean?
So that was one of your main ones. The second one that you had, and this is one of two. These were the two big ones. Would be as follows. I hope this is tolerable for people.
It won't take long to just cut out parts that just aren't necessary. That doesn't take a long time.
Exactly.
So, that's the first step. The next step is to change his damn attitude, His attitude, because, you can chop out, the reason I bring up editing first is you can chop out much of the attitude, but you still need to change it. You have to try and take more in Strife, probably take more breaks so he can come back refreshed and not so frustrated, because I understand he when he gets frustrated he becomes a terrible thing. Yes. And so if he can change his attitude and take the fails with more laughs or something like that, take it in Strife like I had said before and have a little bit of humility and just kind of laugh it off, I can see the positive changes starting to accumulate over time, because I think a lot of the reason that people loved his Heavy Rain playthrough was because of the fact that he was positive throughout most of it, and a lot of his commentary he was keeping up on. Right. Nowadays he just kind of grunts and burps every now and again, but
exactly.
But because Heavy Rain didn't have a specific fail state, the fact of it is he was able to just keep playing the game and keeping a level head. Mm-hmm. But in games with all these fail states and everything like that, he was probably, he's falling apart at the seams because he just keeps blaming the game and getting frustrated. And it's so he's got to take more breaks and he's got to change his damn attitude. He says he's going to change his damn attitude, but like I said, actions are speaking louder than words. He has to actually do it,
And then there's just one more piece, real quick, and that just ties all together.
Criticism is almost concentrated at this point, right? I mean,
yeah, the consensus is clear. Edit down the stuff that's unnecessary and stop being an asshole.
Exactly.
Don't say you're going to stop being an asshole. Stop.
All right. So pretty clear, pretty pointed. The two problems are the lack of editing and the attitude. Das, have you personally seen any sort of change in his attitude, the way that he takes fails, for example, or that kind of stuff?
He has gotten a little better in that aspect. Usually within marathons in specific, like he did a crash marathon recently. He started getting really frustrated, and he made like he quickly bailed out and took a break there so he can, get a drink and everything like that.
Well, I
He
mean, if
still
I remember
hasn't-
that correctly, he slammed his controller down and said, "Fuck this
He
fucking
did.
shit," and
He
then
did,
he
but
decided
at least
to.
he came back. So
Well, yeah, and then he decided to basically manipulate the game, sort of go back, get extra lives, stuff like that. It seemed as though his attitude wasn't exactly changed in that. People were able to make This Is How You Don't plays of it, and for reasons, right? There are playthroughs he does that don't get This Is How You Don't plays because there's probably no comedic value to it, whereas people were rushing to make This Is How You Don't plays of Crash. In fact, I believe there were a record number. I think there are 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different variants of the Crash This Is How You Don't play, and for good reason.
Well, see, people make This Is How You Don't plays even though he didn't do too bad on the game. So I bring up Silent Hill 4 again. He really didn't do too bad on Silent Hill 4. Yeah, he fucked up a lot when he got killed in a tram car a couple of times by those bullshit ghosts. I hate them too, by the way. I've played the game. But he, he did pretty good. Like, he didn't get stuck on the puzzles for too long, but people still made it This Is How You Don't play of that. And, various other games that he didn't do too terrible at. There were
Sure.
other games that, like... there was a clear glitch, like when he played what was it, Dying Light. There were like 2 terrible game-breaking bugs that allowed him to stop like crafting med kits, which was like mad important to your survival, and he lost like some serious stats, and people blamed him for that. In the This Is How You Don't play, I'm like, well, wait a minute, the game clearly broke. What's wrong? Like, what did he do wrong there? But it kind of seems like a lot of people just, whether like if Phil doesn't do absolutely stellar, This Is How You Don't play will be made. You know what I mean?
I would disagree with that. Like I said, and this specifically, like I said, this Crash had 5 to 6 different variants. That usually doesn't happen, even if it's a game that's important to people. Usually, there's not 4 to 5 people lining up to make This Is How You Don't play. Usually, someone calls it, they acknowledge that, and then it gets made by one person. In this case, like I said, 4 to 5 variants were being done. But more broadly speaking about his attitude, so you can say that you've personally seen a change in his attitude, the way that he approaches video games, the way that he approaches difficult levels. You mentioned him taking it in better humor, taking it in stride, stuff like that.
Yeah. For example, you remember how salty he was during Dark Souls 1 and how like he had called anybody who liked Dark Souls 1 absolutely stupid? Well, he continues to play the games, and yeah, he gets pretty fucking salty. He got pretty bad during Dark Souls 2. I absolutely admit that. But he no longer called anybody like stupid for liking the game or anything like that. He had said in the past like that he came at Dark Souls 1 in a really unfair manner, and he later came to really enjoy the Souls games to the point where like Bloodborne he wanted to do at full completion. And he didn't get the time or anything, but he originally had this really bad mindset about the Souls game. He changed his mind, and he really enjoys the games, and he wants to tackle each and every one of them now.
Well, I mean, just within this last week, he said that people that are going to play Metal Gear Solid 5 are sheep, and that Konami could kill, what was it, like a pack of puppies and mash them up in front of people, and people would still be stupid enough to buy it and stuff like that. I mean, we can point to recent comments, different things that he's saying that don't really indicate a change in attitude. There may be instances where he's doing a little bit better that you can point out, but I mean, there's a consistency that is kind of hard to like question. I mean, the guy is essentially the same. Because he takes donations on Patreon, maybe he's a little bit nicer towards his patrons, for example. But in general, I really, and I don't know if anyone here has seen it. I haven't really seen much of a change in general. But it could just be a matter of opinion, of course.
Well, I would say so too, because remember, I never said that he was perfect. I
No,
never
no, no,
said that
no
he
one.
made an absolute turnaround or anything like that. I said he's improving. His repertoire of games that he plays, like he's been playing things that I never expected him to play, like freaking Persona 4 he played to completion. I never expected him to actually, get on board with that, but he did, and he said he really enjoyed it. So, like, there was a lot of games that he would never play because he would find them totally stupid and everything like that. Now he's started playing those games and actually enjoying them, and like he tried Minecraft recently, and he absolutely apologized for like a lot of stupid stuff he said, and that he understands why Minecraft is popular. He just doesn't say that it should receive the absolutely insane praise that it gets. Like, it's cool, but it isn't like, mansion purchasingly great. You know what I mean?
Daz, I just want your opinion on something. I just
Sure.
want to know how you feel about, because actually he's done this, I believe, last night on the forums. It seems that whenever Phil plays a game or he's going through gameplay, and the stream chat, or the community as he calls it, focuses on things other than the games, and they're not completely fixated on his gameplay or his LPs, that he gets mad. And he actually posted something in the forums last night, and I'm paraphrasing, where it went, he was disappointed because people were more involved in the off-topic discussion instead of focusing on his gameplay. And to me, I just think that's a shitty attitude to have towards fans. I mean, it is a community. There are other interests outside your gameplay. I don't know why you would act like that towards anybody.
Well, and I have to agree with you, because the stream chat can talk about anything they want to. And I get the feeling like he really wants people to be involved in the game. Like, I think what he might be trying to say, I'm not going to say for sure this is what he's thinking because I don't know. But I think like what he wants to do is share the game and have people pay attention to what's happening in the game and in the story and everything like that. And he's probably kind of irritated that a lot of people aren't doing that. Like, if he finds a game like really, interesting in the story aspect. So maybe that's what he's getting at, but I don't know for sure. That's just kind of what I might be thinking. But he really shouldn't tell the stream chat that they're not allowed to talk about whatever they want.
You don't think that there's an element of hand-holding here? I mean, you bring up Dark Souls. The difference between Dark Souls of then and Dark Souls now is the stream chat. And he heavily relies on stream chat, and this has been demonstrated numerous times, that, I mean, you don't think that there's an element of, I don't want to look at the stream chat and not see, go left, use this item, go this way, you should level up this. I mean, that's essentially what a stream chat is for.
The stream chat was actually recently completely minimized when he finished up Until Dawn, so he couldn't even see what was going on. So I think he's really trying to make sure that he doesn't do the hand holding, but at the same time, when he gets frustrated, I think he kind of does fib a little bit when it comes to like somebody spamming the code to a puzzle or something like that. And he probably does fib. I'll admit, when it comes to getting stuck on something, and then he'll just kind of pretend that he figured it out and stuff. But I think hand-holding has come to... I think a lot of it is kind of speculation when it comes to absolute hand-holding. Yeah, he looks over at the stream chat, but he wants to at least see what people are talking about at the same time. And a lot of people will say, like, because he looks over at his laptop, he's immediately reading the stream chat for hand-holding. And I don't really think that's exactly what he's doing all the time. He just wants to make sure that he sees what people are thinking and everything.
But you can tell when he's using the stream chat, because he'll say flat out, people are saying, aha, and he'll make these like magical discoveries. I mean, it's clear that he uses the stream chat to guide him, and that is the reason, in my opinion, and it's only common sense, why, if you're not reliant on the stream chat to help you out in some sort of way, to aid you, why would you then tell people that they're not allowed to talk about whatever they want to talk about?
Yeah, a lot of people will criticize him for using stream chat for hand-holding, and other people will say, like, yeah, you should probably at least pay some attention to the stream chat so we're not stuck here in this same room for 2 hours. So I think I think he's kind of split between two worlds of people saying, no, go at it blind, stop doing the hand-holding, and other people will say, no, listen to me, I have an idea for you that's going to help you out and make this move smoother. And there's no real right way to... there's no real right viewpoint of that. It's all preferential. And so to say like it is absolutely wrong for him to get advice from the stream chat, that's not really, pro community, if you know what I'm talking about.
Sure. But what we're saying is that it's not okay to tell the stream chat that they can't talk about whatever they'd like.
No, you're absolutely right.
What
They
he
should
does
be
with
able to
the
talk
stream
about whatever.
chat, if he listens to it or not, I mean that's, it's whatever. But a lot of YouTubers do that. But what we're saying is that he's telling his community, he's doing something anti-community, as you would put it, and telling people they have no business using his IRC, which is also anti-community because you have to be allowed to even get in there. You have to be vetted before you even are allowed to talk. You start at 0 and you have to be given 1 to be able to talk. But anyways, that is anti-community at its core. And he also, I posted in the stream chat, I also posted where he says that he doesn't even like that the forums are the same way, in a sense where he can't even use up to date. Okay, I need to do this. I need to do that. It says here, it's hilarious. Literally. Oops, I got the wrong screenshot. Sorry about that. Where did it go? Here we go. Literally no one comes to the forums unless they're talking off topic or about drama, and he hates it. Like, this is a guy that wants the community specifically to guide him, to help him, to give him free fan art, to give him suggestions for Hate Live. Obviously, the fan art is done now. But this is a man that is essentially saying, you need to help me, and if you're not going to help me for these things that I need you for, then I don't really have much use for you.
Well, that's kind of a biased way to look at it. I think a lot of what he wants is for people to, stop, shitting on him at every turn. Like, he gets plenty of that, and he doesn't need, like, his own forums to keep doing it. If they want to be constructive, that's fine. But a lot of people will just, post up, like, there's a topic up there right now that says, is Darkside Phil hated more than John Cena himself? It's like, after a while, it gets tiresome. I understand.
Sure.
But, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for feedback from your viewers and everything like that. And by feedback, not like stop being a shithead or something like that. If they want to come at it in a more constructive manner and say, you probably should not tell people to, not talk about other things, and here's why. But a lot of people come at him in a really aggressive manner. And when you come at anybody at an aggressive manner, they go on the defensive. And so they're less likely to take your criticism if you just go at somebody aggressively like that. And I think that's what too many people are doing their approach on. They think like being aggressive is going to help. It hasn't for a long time.
Okay. I would just point out, though, that if you look at the forums, he directly acknowledges the fact that he doesn't go to off-topic threads. They're completely separate from gameplay and stuff like that. It shouldn't bother him that there are off-topic conversations. In fact, there are sub-forums specifically for off-topic conversations. What it just seems like is that he's maybe expressing frustration that there's not enough help, that there's not enough Revens of the world writing him personalized walkthroughs and stuff like that. Whereas there are people that you could be spending your time helping me more than using these. If you're in these forums anyway, why would you waste your time talking about off-topic stuff? Why not help me instead? Why not, help out in helping me with this business? Keep me afloat.
See, the thing about having a forum is that it's an open community. Otherwise, Phil wouldn't have an other topic or an off-topic discussion directly linked onto his forum. I mean, that's the whole point of having a forum, is an open community for everyone to join in. It's not just to talk about Phil himself. That's the way he's treating it.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, again, I totally get it. I totally understand where you guys are coming from. And again, he shouldn't tell people not to talk about whatever they want to do. I get that sometimes he gets pretty fucking sensitive, and that, he'll say something, he'll come off one way when he means another. And it's just, after a while, I can sort of understand that he's just getting really tired of a lot of the drama that comes about, but he shouldn't like, as much as it bothers him, he shouldn't say anything about people getting, off topic. And so again, I agree with you. He should not tell anybody to, discuss one thing or another.
Yeah, otherwise,
Now-
I mean, the other topics wouldn't exist. Anyway, sorry.
Right.
Now, I just wanted to bring up something because it's something that I'm really interested in one of your replies. It's about Project 7. I remember, and Moogle, if you have SoundCloud ready, can you be ready to play clip 32, please?
If not, I got it. Any sort of like tips that Phil could maybe use or anything in
Yes.
general you could say about
For his Patreon, yes, that one.
He is doling out the rewards as often as he can. If he's going to plan to do something with Patreon, then he needs to make sure that he he comes through on that, because how he can't even really bring himself to interact on his forums. Well, then how is shoot, he's got a forum dedicated to himself and his content, so, and he's not willing to put in the time. So what he'd better be ready to come through for his patrons.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
all I can say. I mean, he has to. Well, then I'm hoping if he can, kind of make a decent amount of patrons help him out, then hopefully maybe he can. He always complains that he can no longer change his content to edit it because he just doesn't have the time, because he's now forced to do these multi-upload things. Well, it's maybe if the patrons can give him a good enough bit of elbow room back, then maybe he can try and use that opportunity to then edit his content more and cut out all of the getting lost and backtracking in places when he's constantly failing. It's I mean, he can leave in the fails.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He just needs to cut out the backtracking.
Right.
Spending 3 parts losing a race is not content.
all right. Well, what I wanted to bring up was specifically Project 7. I think, as you know, as one of his goals, he promised, and there's proof of that because someone screen capped his August goals, that he was going to take at least one day or one weekend, I believe, in August to produce something for Project 7, whether it be a teaser trailer or inside look, whatever. And he got the goal. I think it was $1,250. Now, in my opinion, there's no excuse not to come through with that goal, especially when you're getting paid. And I believe you said something about that. He ran out of time.
Yeah, he ran out of time and he didn't manage his schedule too well. Now, you had mentioned that he needs, or you brought up the clip about me saying that he needs to come through on his patrons. Yeah, he screwed up on Project 7. Yeah, he didn't manage his time well. A lot of it got away from him. I understand the frustrations of all the patrons. And if they want to be upset about it, they can just go ahead and stop pledging to him and they can just, be done with it. But within the first 20 minutes of the podcast last week, you guys called it a scam, like he was deliberately lying to people. And you can't, unfortunately, you really can't prove that he started this out as a dishonest scheme. He may have managed his time poorly, but to call him a liar is an entirely other issue.
But it ends up being a scam because...
No, it's not.
Okay.
Scam is when you are going to go at it with dishonesty in your heart from the very beginning. That is like the definition of a scam. And
I believe go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I just meant to say, I believe when you're paid to put out a product, when you are paid, you have to come up with that. It's just like anything. It's just like if I go to my job and I'm paid to perform and I don't go up there, or I clock in and then I leave, he didn't come up with this product. It's definitely a scam. I'm not saying that he was dishonest at first. I believe he was dishonest at first about it.
Well,
because to
you
me,
believe it.
Yes, I do. And I'm just saying my opinion. But at the end of the day, it's a scam.
No, that's not. That's
okay.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay.
Well,
the facts. That's my opinion. The facts is that he made Project 7 a huge portion of his Patreon. The shirts, $75 to be a part of it, $1,250 to take off time for it, the green screen, the camera, I would say, besides actual gameplay, marathon, stuff like that, a lot of his Patreon was centered around Project 7. Now, he was basically tasked with creating something tangible, maybe a teaser trailer, something small. And he went out of his way, in my opinion, and you can see by he's streaming older games, not new releases, things that aren't high priority, things that he's coming up with. Oh, look, I put a picture of Godfather up and people liked it on Instagram. Oh, look, people are telling me I need to play Just Cause 2, Fallout New Vegas, all these different things, Metroid Prime. These things are not, well, Metroid Prime was a Patreon. I take that back. But these things weren't high priority things. These were things that he busied himself with instead of just simply taking a few hours, a couple minutes each day. I mean, it's inexcusable to say that over the entire month where he was taking money for this, that he had the well intention to actually work on Project 7 when every opportunity he had to put anything towards it, he chose not to.
Well, at the end of the day, the guy's still got to work. He's still got to pay the bills. And I understand that a lot of people just don't really care for the Godfather playthrough or Just Cause 2 or anything like that. But at the same time, the guy just can't, he can't just not play them because people don't care quite as much as, the new releases or anything like that.
Sure.
But the problem is, you're talking about Project 7 as if it's dead in the water. It's not. He never said that. He never said it's completely canceled and gone forever. He just says he doesn't have the time anymore because the hardcore gaming season's coming up within these 3 months, some fucking awesome titles are going to be coming out. And everybody wants to see that stuff. And as much as he would like to, he doesn't want to rush the product out. And he said this himself again.
Right.
He doesn't want to rush the project out because he made a promise, but at the same time, he wants to make sure that he can take the time and make sure it's right. And it was Shigeru Miyamoto who said that a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is always going to be bad.
Right. But you're framing, you're almost making it sound like we expected him to put out Project 7 by August. This was a teaser trailer. Are you saying that a month time and being paid $1,250 specific, the Patreon is, and it's heavily promoted as something where he can stop focusing on his quote bread and butter gameplay, whatever, completely raw and edited video spam. He can take the focus off of that and he can put it towards other things, and I don't have to care about the views and yada 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 because it's Patreon funded. He directly says that.
Well, he said that's what he's aiming for. He didn't say that that's where he is now.
Okay. But, I mean, that's how the Patreon is being advertised. If you guys give me this money, it takes the burden off of views and ad revenue so that I can do other things such as Project 7. I mean, I think we're understating how vital Project 7 was in making this seem attractive and as being what he points to when he says, I can work on other stuff. Now, can you in good conscience tell me that 1 month time is not reasonable to make anything at all? To even, it's not even as though he did anything for it. He outright admitted that he put 0 minutes, 0 seconds into doing anything for Project 7, despite the fact that he raked in $1,250 for it. That
right,
$1,250 should be what lets him put time into doing it instead of focusing on Godfather, Just Cause 2. That should be directly the funding to be able to take that time to make Project 7. Or at least the teaser trailer.
Right. Well, in order to have a teaser trailer, you still need some footage. You know what I mean? Like, he has a lot to do. He's got to play the game. He basically has to replay a very, very long game. He already revealed that the game is Final Fantasy VII that he's going to be doing. That is a long-ass game, and he still needed to get some new footage. Like, he had old footage with his camcorder, and that really wasn't acceptable anymore. So he had to replay the game, write the script, get all the props going. It's a very lengthy process in between when you're streaming 7 days a week. Now, I will not try to defend him as saying, like, he was right to, mismanage his time. He wasn't.
Okay.
Definitely wasn't. He mismanaged his time. He let it get away from him. He really shouldn't have, put so much emphasis and used the word promise if that was going to happen.
Okay.
And so, but to call it dishonest from the start is really pushing it.
Okay.
Now, he was irresponsible with the time given to him.
Right.
But he didn't go into it saying, ha ha ha, this will totally get them to pledge more,
No. But Project 7 in and of itself was supposed to get people to pledge more, to possibly get the camera, to set up the green screen, to buy the t-shirts. He directly advertised the t-shirts as, well, these will be much more relevant coming up soon because I'm doing Project 7. And again, this is not some substantial work. This is literally just a teaser trailer. If you guys remember what his original teaser trailers for Project 7 was he put up a t-shirt on his face, he moved his head around and voice dubbed it over, and then he cut to himself, just literally just him standing up against his wall and talking at the direction of the couch and be like, you can't make me play that game. There was literally no gameplay footage. There was no anything like that. And that was what he put out for Project 7. So to say that he couldn't even use the death face mask that he probably has somewhere, the death face t-shirt, he literally just put a t-shirt over his head and moved his head around. To say that that would not have been possible in 1 month time, me and Che could probably go put t-shirts on our face and get that done during the course of this podcast and put out a YouTube video. And we're not even taking $1,250 from people to do it.
Yeah, but you agree that what he did previously with the teaser trailer was, you would say that teaser trailer was a rushed piece of shit, wouldn't you agree?
No, I would say that it was something. And it was something that the fans, because this is supposed to be fan service. This isn't supposed to appeal to the general public. This, Machinima tried to promote it and no one really cared. This was for the hardcore fans. This was for fan service. They
well, even if
would
it's
have
fans,
accepted it.
Well, just now that you don't know that. See, the problem is just because they're fans doesn't mean you should just go ahead and rush something out and they'll like it anyway. That's really not how you should be treating your fan base. If you really cared about your product and about your fans, you'll give them you'll give them the best possible thing that you can. Just rushing it out because you said you would and just because they're fans and you'll accept anything is a really bad way to look at it. And you really shouldn't be treating it like that. I think that's the mindset he went at because the guy... the guy said that he doesn't want to rush it out. He wants the right equipment and he wants the right amount of time. Okay. And he didn't manage it properly the first time and he wants to try it again. But he hasn't canceled the whole thing. Right. I agree that the delay probably still pissed people off. I get that. He
postponed just a teaser trailer. Again, that really states how far away a Project 7 potentially is. But again, if you're saying that this 1 to 2 days, 1 to 2 streams that he was going to take off would have been rushing it anyway, then he shouldn't have even in good conscience even started to take that money if that would have been rushing it. This shouldn't have even happened if that's rushing it. If he cannot produce something tangible at all within 2 days, 2 streams, however much, if that would have been rushing it, then this shouldn't have even occurred.
Well, again, he just didn't want to rush anything out, and he probably shouldn't have used like I said before, he shouldn't have made any big promises like that if he wasn't going to put his most into it. Yes. Everything like that.
And he shouldn't have taken $1,250 from people to do that because, again, it was dishonest. If the 2 streams was not going to be enough for him, that was the plan from the very beginning. So it is dishonest.
No, like I said, he never made the intention of lying to people. There's no real justification to believe that's what it was. All it is just a lot of people trying to be mad at a monster. And we don't know that dishonesty was his get-go from the start. To delay a game is not just dishonesty right away, you know what I mean? So he mismanaged his time. But I to say that he lied... there's no truth in that.
He told people that $1,250 and 2 days worth of time would be enough for him to give a tangible teaser trailer to people. That was a lie. If I tell you,
I hate to sound like a broken record, but we don't know it was lying. We just think that it got out of his hands.
It ended up being a lie. If I tell you that I'm going to give you a book on Thursday, and I don't give you the book on Thursday, that meant because I didn't give you the book on Thursday, that was a lie.
No, I would say you fucked up.
Well, it depends on the outcome. You could come in with the best intentions, but if you don't show, especially when you're getting paid for something, it's dishonest at the end of the day because you shouldn't be setting goals that you can't fulfill, especially when people are paying you to come out with a product. You see, the difference between a AAA game delaying a game is that's on the company's dime most of the time. That's not on the people that's buying the game's time. This
Right.
was something that people paid for and they expected to see because he told them in August, you will see something. And you see these sort of things coming ahead of time, I believe. I don't think that it was just the second or third week of August and that day he was like, oh, I won't be able to come up with it. This is something that I believe he thought for at least a couple of months that he wouldn't be able to produce. So it is dishonest at the end of the day. You have to come up with something when people are paying you for a product and you tell them that, listen, end of August, you're going to get something. Whatever your intention is, if you don't give it to them, it's dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that's what you believe. Great.
Okay. So, are you aware of his remedy for this, delay and for, as you would put it, fucking up, mismanaging his time?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Do you know what the actual remedy, what the fix for this, how he made it up to the fans? Do you know what that was?
From what I understand, he reduced his goal amount for next month, and the extra that he made is going into the camera.
Okay. Now, I'm glad that we have that. Okay. So, yes, what he did is he reduced his marathon from 1250 to 1,000, which, I guess it was already funded, but I don't really see the impact of that. Now, what he claimed is that he is going to take that $250 and he's going to put it towards the camera. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but what he's saying is that regularly, every month, if there's excess money, he's going to place that towards the camera. And each and every month, provided there's excess money, the camera goal is going to get increasingly smaller and smaller. You're aware of that, right?
I think so. See, I haven't actually looked into that enough to have any facts. So I'm just going to go ahead and take your word for it.
Sure. So what Phil has recently said, though, is that he is going to this month reduce the camera goal by $250. That is correct. Now, because, so he's going to reduce it by $250. Next month, however, that goal goes right back up. It's not cumulative because he needs to make $500 in excess of his top goal. So because his top goal is 1,000 this time, 500 will suffice. That being it's 1603 because of the 250 coupon that he's running this month. Next month, when he goes back up to 1250, that camera is going to cost you $1,750, thereby increasing it back up $197. Yeah. So this whole shrinking camera goal is not particularly honest, and this entire I'm going to take $250 off the camera because I raised that in excess this month also is not entirely true, because this is like a 1 month only promotion. Again, next month when he raises his top goal back up to 1250, that camera is going to cost you $1,750.
Well, if that's what people believe and they don't think it's worth doing, they don't have to pledge.
Okay, but what happens to that 250 though? That 250 that he brought in on the promise of Project 7 taking off the time and then taking it away and then turning his top goal into 1,000 marathon, he still has that 250. That 250 is going into the pocket and it's never being put towards the camera or anything like that at the end of the day.
I don't know what the guy does with his money.
Okay.
But the thing is, he really does want that camera, and there's a reason being is because he wants to make sure that he uses it for Project 7 when it gets redone, because his current cameras are falling apart and they're old as hell and they look like shit when you're filming on green screen. And like obviously the camera is going to get plenty of use, and to suggest that any of the talent that puts their life out there doesn't deserve quality equipment for the viewers is just kind of I don't get that mindset.
But again, like the question was, what, is his, in your opinion, right? The 250.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know a lot about how these goal things worked. When I ran my Patreon, I didn't do the goal things.
Okay.
So to say, I'm not going to pretend to know how the goal stuff works, because I honestly don't.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. He originally wanted $2,000 for his camera, $1,000 in excess. He's going to buy $1,000 camera. He wanted $1,000 more. when he was having extra money left over each month, he said, all right, well, due to demand from the fans, I'm going to deduct that extra money. So if it's 1,000 and I have 1,200, I'm putting that 200, and it's going to accumulate. And the camera goal is going to shrink and shrink and shrink and become more obtainable, which is, hey, you want to say we never give him credit. I went on the air and I specifically said, I think that that's great, and I completely commend him for that. And if he actually wants that camera, and if he's going to do that for his fans, then absolutely 100% give him kudos for that, because that is the moral and reasonable thing to do. Would you agree? I mean, if you have excess money, put that excess money towards the camera and make it realistic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that's great and all. But in this case, that extra $250, he decided, all right, well, I need to make that extra $250 go somewhere. I can't refund people. I'm going to put it towards this camera, but just for this month only. Because the next month, if my goal is $1,250, I need $1,750 in order to do it, because I need $500 in excess money to buy this camera. It isn't about just buying the camera. It's about buying the camera and having a decent chunk of change left over.
Well, you remember that when you said that his Patreon goal was to rely less on views and try other things, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. His Patreon is going to go towards helping him get some slack off his shoulders and do some other things.
Yes.
So he has, yeah, sure. He's, using it to help keep himself afloat, but he's putting in some extra money into the camera goal because of the drop of Project 7. Now, I know I sound like I'm kind of a rambler at this point, because again, the goal system, I don't really know how to figure it out, but there's not a whole lot of other options on how to do it, because Patreon does not have a way to refund. I used to use Patreon myself. I don't anymore, but it doesn't have a way to refund patrons, so he had to think of something else, and there wasn't a heck of a lot to do.
Do you think that there should be a refund system? And do you think that that would be appropriate in this case?
I think that there should be a refund system, yeah.
Do you think that it would be appropriate for patrons that donated $75 specifically for the movie roles, which we didn't even get into that, the appearance on Project 7, the contribution to Project 7, or anyone else? I guess it'd be hard to prove, but I guess that would be a tangible thing. People that donated 75, people that donated for the shirts because they thought they were going to be relevant. I'm not sure, but is there any sort of configuration of this that you would think, all right, there should be a refund in this case?
Yeah, if he doesn't come through on certain goals. The thing is, he does come through on the patron goal set for each value. When it comes to $50 patrons, they get them all the Q&A videos that they got. You know what I mean? And so he comes through in every other regard when it comes to getting their goals set. You had a patron on just last week that said that Phil came through on his $50 pledge. And so to say that Phil needs to refund people because they didn't reach a goal, it's not really going to work out that way, because they got what they came in for when it came to their particular tier reward.
Okay.
So in this case, because he didn't reach a goal, is kind of irrelevant. But at the same time, I get that people are still upset, but I don't think these refunds need to be done, because in the other aspect of getting their rewards out, he came through.
Okay. Now, the other thing, obviously, is that, as I mentioned before, people that were originally promised roles on Project 7 are now being switched to a holiday video. And to sort of support my claim that he didn't really have that much faith in Project 7, he actually added the possibility that it would be a holiday video a month before he actually took the money to fund Project 7 Days Off in order to fund it. So his original goal was $75, and you get yourself a role in Project 7, some sort of contribution. You're included in some sort of way. Now, right before he created the $12.50 goal to take some few days off, he actually added in or some other project and specifically named the holiday videos. And as you can see, he ultimately then the next month went ahead and said, all right, looks like we're switching you guys out. Holiday videos. Do you have an opinion on that?
No, I don't think he said that they're forced to do holiday videos. I think he said it was optional. If they wanted to do the holiday videos, if they didn't want to wait until Project 7's next announcement, they could do the holiday videos, but I don't think he said you're in holiday videos, tough shit.
Well, that's your perk for that. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Your perk is no longer the Project 7 role. Your perk now, if you want it, is now that you're on the holiday video instead. A bit of a bait and switch, in my opinion, you know?
Well, a bait and switch, that would assume that the guy, again, was being dishonest and lying from the start. I don't want to get back into that because we've already covered that.
Okay.
But if you ask me if he wanted to get a refund going for that particular thing, maybe he can refund like a $75 patron if he really wants to back out of the whole thing. And just say, well, I don't want to be on any holiday videos and I don't want to pledge until I know for sure it's happening. Then he did get the rewards in terms of, the Q&A video, unless he, didn't accept it, in which case then sure, he owes him a $75 refund. But if he got the Q&A video, if he asked for the Q&A video and got it, then he should probably refund him like, 15, 20 or whatever. Okay. So he should have done that. And I think Patreon does need to have a refund policy if patrons don't feel like somebody's coming through. But in this case, I think he's come through on many of the other goals to the point where he probably wouldn't be refunding a huge amount. He could probably, do it through PayPal, which would have to do for now. But I would kind of leave that in his hands. I don't know any of the facts when it comes to whichever patron decided they weren't satisfied. So,
okay. I think Alice wanted to say something.
Oh yeah, sorry. See, when it comes to the situation, why I think there's a difference between him never having the intention of releasing Project 7 or making it, or just not having good time management, is that if you take one of these situations like the camera, or say, plenty of the other things that have happened that he claims just wasn't able to do it or some mishap in this, I'd believe it. I'd say, maybe it, he didn't purposely set out to do that or be dishonest. But if you put all of these small things together and not just consider the situation, that individual situation, because he's had many different mishaps with this Patreon. Not just one thing's gone wrong, many things, whether it be on his, whether it be poor time management being a theory or different things. I think if you just add all of these up together, then you get quite a different picture than just poor time management or some other reason,
Sure.
So if you take, say, the camera, that just may have been a mistake. I'm sorry about this. I have to mute myself right now. There's some stuff going on here, but I think Fred could take this.
I'll pick up on what she was saying, and she brings up the camera. It almost does seem as though he is postponing Project 7 in addition to time management, but also so he can get that camera, which is almost as if saying that Project 7 doesn't actually cost $12.50. It actually costs the price of the camera. Because that's a necessary condition for me to be able to even make it. He pointed out his camera. He pointed out that it's only 1080i, that it's not 60 frames per second, that it cuts off after 10 minutes, stuff like that. And it almost seems as though he was a bit dishonest about that, about his actual requirement for that camera to even get started on Project 7, whereas he originally presented it as, well, just give me the $12.50 in a couple days, I can get something going towards Project 7. Whereas this is like, I need the camera to even do anything, guys. I mean, I don't know what you guys were thinking, but I need that camera.
Yeah, and he probably should have, said what he was going, like he probably should have at least listed all of the goals in terms of getting Project 7 going. And I don't think he thought too far ahead when it came to which camera that he used. But now, keep in mind, you make it sound like I'm defending his actions as to the cancellation of Project 7, that he was totally, totally justified and he was absolutely on the right. That's not my standpoint at all.
Okay. It came off
So
like that
I-
a little bit, you know.
yeah,
when
but
we saw that it was just sort of chalked up to poor time management and stuff like that, it comes off that way. Whereas other people who are staunch defenders like Kay Gallion, who I'm sure we can both agree, if we're going to agree on anything tonight, is that he is above, head and shoulders above anyone in, you know, serving Phil's will and keeping him afloat and fighting the good fight and all that kind of stuff in his mind. He was very vocal and very critical of this whole thing. Whereas it seems like someone that it wasn't as informed as you've admitted is sort of kind of, well, you know, it's just time management, guys. Let's give him a pass.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a full pass. Not at
Okay.
all. I would say that like he definitely fucked up, but I would never go so far as to say that he did it deliberately from the start, call it a scam, and then that's justification for trying to destroy his channel. Because that's what a lot of people started out as, I think. Like a lot of people think he lied to people, therefore we got to take him down. And that's where I take the issue.
Okay. Let's explore one more thing. Alice, did you want to say something before I completely change the subject and show off our fancy sound clips?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so let's completely change the subject. I think we basically got wherever we were going to get with that, and I appreciate the back and forth there. Moogle, if you are prepared, can we get sound clip number 30, please?
I think he has to have a bigger fall than all the big falls that he has had in order to make that change. And I think the fall that would probably do it would him like this, you know, quote unquote business of his is no longer sustainable to the point where he does have to get a normal job again, and he will realize after he's, you know, bagging groceries or whatever the hell he winds up doing, he will, you know, realize, boy, I was a dick. Maybe I should have listened. Yeah, that.
All right. So this notion that, you know, Phil needs to hit rock bottom before he does actually make some changes. And obviously this was recent. This was from, I believe, episode 7. So that was within this last year. And I just kind of want to explore that with you. This notion that he needs to hit rock bottom, that maybe he needs to get another job, that maybe his business is not viable for him to actually make changes for the better. What do you think about that?
Well, when I said fall, I meant fall on his own merits. See, what happened this last week is false DMCA takedowns, which were out to destroy his channel. And that's not what I meant at all. I never
That's
ever
not what
wanted.
That's not what I'm complete. We're going off into something else entirely. I'm just changing the subject
Okay.
to say that I just want to explore this idea that he
Sure.
would need to hit rock bottom in order to, you know, to have some sort of change. We can, for sure, we'll get to that, and we're more than happy to talk at length to that. But for this specifically, what I just wanted to explore was just that notion of him hitting rock bottom
Sure.
in order to actually make some changes.
He has come pretty damn close. Like there were instances when he, you know, this Patreon thing, I think that at this point he couldn't really sustain it on his own. The Patreon had to come in and help him so he could expand. At that point, that's pretty low down there. You know what I mean? So at this point, I think he did take in some constructive criticism, not all, but some, and I've said it before. He has made some improvements to his attitude, and he stopped, you know, shitting on games because they're different. So because he's had to, just the adoption of Patreon itself kind of shows that he has taken a pretty deep fall.
Okay. I'm not sure that a lot of people would see it that way, that this Patreon is like a fall from grace. I think a lot of people view it as sort of icing on the cake, a little bit extra money to go around. You know, he's got Leanna's business and stuff like that that's making some money here and there. Obviously I guess we'll call it extracurriculars with the injury that he's receiving, that, you know, in general, you know, there should be enough to go around. The Patreon is just sort of icing on the cake, right? An extra $1,000 a month isn't going to make or break somebody. It's just sort of going to, you know, put a little bit, you know, grease the palms a little more.
Right, so he can try some new things.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to try new things. He didn't get the chance to. I mean, he didn't open up to the idea of trying new things back when, and now he's paying for it, so now he has to try new things with the help of patrons.
What new things would you point to?
There was the DSP Classics montage series that he's been doing.
Okay.
He never liked the idea of doing like heavily edited things, as you know. But the Classics montage series has become a part of Patreon. He's improved his audio setup as a result of Patreon, because a lot of people were saying like he echoed off the walls and his voice became annoying as a result.
Right.
He's, let's see, what was the yeah, no, that's it right there.
Okay, so sound quality with the foam, and I'm
sorry,
montages.
Yeah, montages, and incorporating some extra video editing into his reviews.
Now, do you think that instead of looking at it as he's improving his business by just doing it for the sake of having better content, he's more doing it in terms of that's what he can offer to people in order to get the Patreon donation, right? Because you think about Phil and you think about his business model, let's be honest here, he doesn't really have much to offer. I mean, besides him playing games for a longer amount of time, letting fans pick them, and creating montages of past gaming footage, he doesn't really have all that much to offer, right? I mean, you know, he doesn't do a lot of different like Photoshop content creation in terms of like unique pictures and all this different stuff. He doesn't exactly have, you know, a lot in the well as far as what he can offer to people. So I would just offer to you that, you know, this montage stuff being one of these positive changes, it's purely financial, right? It's purely, all right, I need something for my goal for 500. I know I can whip together a montage. I can have the fans tell me exactly what moments to put in with YouTube timestamps, so I can just sort of throw this together, splice some clips together, and now I've got myself, you know, my bottom tier Patreon perk every month.
Yeah. See, he didn't have a lot to offer, because I think at one point he said he was really terrible at Photoshop, so even if he tried, it would look shitty. And then another thing too is he had already offered quite a bit, to the point where it was actually pretty hard to find some Patreon rewards to give people. So he tried with what he had, but given that he already had given a lot of extra stuff, sharing behind the scenes work and all that other stuff that a lot of people offer nowadays, he had to really kind of scrape the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, just for me personally, I just feel like, you know, the positive changes, I don't think that audio quality, I don't think that, you know, the video quality really, you know, helps that all too much. And it's going to be your attitude. And I know you alluded to that in one of the previous clips that we played. You essentially said, you know, all this is for naught if he can't improve his attitude, because that's what matters at the end of the day. And I don't know what amount of money can change somebody's attitude and their approach. You know what I mean? Their mindset.
Well, money's not really going to change an attitude too much. He just needs to, you know, just do it. Money is not going to improve somebody's attitude, because naturally somebody could easily just be, you know, a grouchy person no matter what kind of money he makes. And it comes through, especially when you're on a microphone, that you're trying too hard to, you know, fake being not angry.
Okay.
Patreon's not going to help him improve his attitude. I never said that money was ever going to improve the guy's attitude.
No, I'm just pointing out that this influx of money, it doesn't hit at the root of the problem. I didn't mean to attribute that to you or anything like that, but I was just sort of pointing out that you had said that all this fancy stuff, gussying up the product, it all doesn't matter as much if he can't fix the root of the problem, which is his attitude and the way that he approaches things. That's all I was getting at with that.
Sure. Okay.
I guess we can move on to the DMCA. I know that you brought that up, and I know that you probably have a number of things that you want to bring up.
Yep.
So why don't we let you go ahead, bring up something. I know you had a very spirited post on the King of Hate forums that we were itching to respond to, and we wanted to do it in voice where it would be a productive conversation. So maybe if you want to take from the post, or if you want to just bring up topics, you know, whatever you'd like, the floor is yours. Why don't you go ahead and let us know what you'd like to bring to this.
Sure. All right. Well, for those of you who don't know, I made a post on the King of Hate forums. I post there on occasion, and somebody had made a post as to, what the heck, Phil was getting all of this hate for as of recently. He says, my only question is, why are you a target? There's no smoke without fire. There must be something wrong or stupid that you must have done to attract so much hate. So the post in question, if you haven't seen it on Twitter, is as follows. I said this. It says, a community has been built around hating Phil back when he had a lot of work to do on his image, which he fully admits he needed to improve upon. Now that he has taken some constructive criticism to heart, people have to grasp at every straw they possibly can to keep the community going. Any dark joke he makes, every slightly negative thing he ever says, every cent he makes is monitored and scrutinized by a lot of people with little to no life experience, so they can go back to the circle and congratulate each other for fueling the fires that keep their community going. I sat through the Sons of Kojima podcast on the 20th of August, which is what spurred this post to begin with. There's a lot of ire in it, as you can tell, so
Sure.
I was obviously a little irritated. So anyway, I admit I've been on the podcast before when Phil's PR was on the rancid side. I admit I used to have quite a chuckle at the fails Phil had with games when he was still developing. But at the end of the day, the Sons of Kojima had originally boasted themselves as critics that wanted Phil to improve. I don't think they ever actually expected Phil to improve, because now that he actually has, they don't acknowledge it and keep digging up the past to justify actions for what's gone on in the present. I slogged through the podcast as they boasted themselves as users of fact-based arguments, while at the same podcast throwing out all kinds of these ridiculous little conspiracy theories that have no basis in fact at all. I imagine because they don't have many facts left to use. There were baseless accusations in there about Phil intentionally lying about resurrecting Project 7 just to garner more support on Patreons, only to hit the cancel button when the time was right, just to name one. We already covered that. They talked with a former patron who was touted as someone who had their eyes opened when the only complaint that he could muster was when he stopped his one-time patronage, his forum account status wasn't reduced back to average right away. And that was the best he could come up with. If you ask me, he just loved the attention that the podcast was willing to give him. Saying shitty things about Phil when you were more closely involved with his content than usual, you get a nice, pretty internet spotlight for a few minutes. Acknowledgement, who could say no? In the end, this tremendously toxic community gives attention to the trolls, giving other trolls incentive to one-up each other until the destruction of livelihood is at stake, because they're not willing to let their community go. Oh, but they do charity stuff, so all the shit they do is A-okay, right?
Ouch.
Yeah, so there was a lot of
Jeez.
ire in there, because
Man.
I had posted that a couple of hours after the podcast came
Whoa.
on. I was working late and I was irritated.
Let's get this son of a bitch on the podcast. Let's get him.
So,
All right. So there's a lot to deconstruct here. So let's start off. So we've got, now that he's taken constructive criticism to heart, people grasp at every straw possibly. That doesn't really hold much weight, because these straws that you're saying are the perception that he's scammed or that he was dishonest in his Patreon. These different things with takedowns of our videos through Machinima. I mean, these things that we bring up are usually relevant, and I'm not sure what straws. In fact, to be quite fair, this post actually is grasping at straws, because, as you said, you're full of ire when you write this and stuff like that. It seems as though that this post was sort of to rally up support and to get people excited to be on Phil's side and to help him through this rough time and stuff like that. Is that fair to say that at least some of your intention with this post was to help rally up support for Phil in his time of need?
Not really. It was just kind of an anger toward the SOK's standpoint as of last week.
Okay.
That was really all it was. It was not really a rally cry. It was more just a rant toward the SOK and their stances last week.
Okay. That's how I
would like
perceived
to
it, so I'm glad that we cleared that up.
Right. I would like to bring some quick attention. When I mentioned toward the end, I said, oh, but they do charity stuff too, so that's all the shit they do is A-okay, right? I want to go ahead and address this really quick. At no point did I say that the SOK was ever their intention when they did the SOK charity water program, to like use it as a shield or a distraction or anything like that. That was never what I meant to say. But what a lot of people I'm noticing is if an organization does one thing but does charity and another, they tend to look the other way, and that's kind of an irritating prospect to me. So at no point in time did I say that the SOK charity water was, a facade, because otherwise I wouldn't have, taken part in it in the first podcast I was in.
So what did you mean by that, by the shot at the charity? Because we do have some nice sound clips from far beyond, from months before this post, that has the same sort of sentiment on this charity. Sort of, there's a duality to this charity. There's a there's a certain immunity or shielding that comes from this charity. What did you mean in this post?
Well, like I said, it's just that the public tends to look at it that way.
Okay.
That would have never have been your intention, but the public often sees it that way as an excuse to just go ahead and turn the other way when some other, ill will is going on the other hand.
Okay.
That's all it was. I fully support the charity water program that you guys are doing.
Okay.
I just really would wish people would stop saying, well, they do charity, so fuck you for criticizing them.
I don't
like that.
I don't think
I don't
I've
like
ever
that
seen
at all.
that. I honestly, I don't think I've ever seen that, and I don't think anyone.
Not in this particular case, but
Okay.
I've seen it in the past.
Okay.
And it becomes
So
it becomes a gripe of mine.
So then it seems like you're taking your frustration with something completely differently and putting it towards us because it either fit the post, the mood and tone and timbre of the post, or it just felt right at the time. But it seems as what you're saying is that you took something completely that has nothing to do with us and applied it to us for convenience sake or for whatever else.
Well, this is an ongoing problem that I see when people do charity. Look the other way because they're doing charity. And I fully expected it to come into play again. And it actually did, because somebody was posting on the King Hate forums in response. I don't know who it was. It sounded like they were pretty close to you guys. But after I had addressed all of his issues with the post, he eventually started beating me over the head with the charity. And so once again, the charity thing I was right to be upset about, because there he went again. He beat me over the head with the charity, and he said that my donation, or at least he was certainly implying that, was, peanuts compared to his donation. And it's like, okay, well, now you've just proved my point. You are trying, charity becomes a real smokescreen to a lot of people,
but didn't you
crowds tend to do that.
Didn't you write that post before you got in that argument with that guy and he used the charity in that way?
Well, I had already issued. See, he had already called out the charity post, and I said what I meant.
No,
right?
what I'm just saying is that, I understand your justification after the fact to say,
Right.
all right, well, I wrote that post at that time, and after I wrote the post, somebody proved me right and sort of did that. But, again, that wasn't even taking place when you wrote the post.
Not yet.
Okay.
And then it did.
Well, I got some lottery numbers I need from you, my friend, because that is some good, foresight. All right.
The winning lottery number is 7.
Mr. Moogle, are you prepared with clips number 2 and 3? 2 first and then 3, please.
So Jima, in the stream chat.
That is... Oh, sorry. 3. My mistake. That is my mistake. 3 and then 4. My mistake.
To say that he deserves to be prank called, I have to disagree on that front.
Sure.
And I would actually kind of advise against it, because I don't think I think it'll give a bad light to the SOK. And the $8,000 over charity water is already a fantastic thing that you guys are doing here, by the way. And I don't think sullying it with prank phone calls and getting people's information is really quite the way to balance that out properly. You know what I mean? I just wanted to chime in on the prank call thing, because it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I just wanted to make sure, you guys weren't really planning to do that after such a successful water campaign. So,
Daz, hi. So, that was 3 and 4. Essentially, in the 10 minutes that you were on the Jaha podcast, was essentially to kind of, hey, boys, you guys shouldn't prank call him because, in your words, number 1, it would soil the water charity, and number 2, it doesn't balance out. Why would you guys go and prank call Phil if you guys have this water charity going on? So the only person, to be completely fair in this conversation, that's using the charity as some sort of weapon or as some sort of leverage to prove their point would be you. What you did is you said you guys should, make sure that your actions are congruent with your charity efforts. And that's not exactly fair. And it seemed as though kind of a low blow to come on that way and to say, hey, you guys did such good work, but joking around about prank calling Phil, that would completely undo everything you guys just did, and that, or tarnish it. My mistake. Soil it, in your words.
Yeah, because it would create a cognitive dissonance among a lot of the people watching. And it would sprout into this thing that I had mentioned before, doing one bad thing, but doing charity on another. And it would create like this, it would create such a problem. I mean, it would start to create a lot of people who would think that was their intention. Some people have already accused you guys of using the charity as a shield. I don't have their names or anything like that. It was some time ago.
I mean, it was probably just one person who was commonly referred to by 2 letters. But no, that notion that, you guys are going to screw up that charity. You guys are doing so well right now. And if you guys, joke about, prank calling them, that's just going to ruin everything you guys got going. It almost seemed as though you were acknowledging that we're somehow using it in that way, and that by doing this, by joking around about prank calling, because as we got to, and as we cleared up, no one on that episode was saying, yes, we need to prank call him. It was just Jaha joking around saying I can get his number and we should. It'd be funny, but as a joke.
Right. But here's the issue I take. You had criticized Phil about this at some point when you'd said that when Phil went on about Be Awesome 1 and his 7 accounts and how he got his IP name and address, which he shouldn't have done. He should have at least said, your IP, fits with all of these accounts, but he never should have said that he got his name and address. That's irrelevant to the point, and that's not right. But you criticized him for saying that he didn't exactly discourage the behavior either, and that's what I kind of saw with the prank calling, and then it is what I further saw in last week's podcast when, you guys were talking about the destruction of his channel and, haha, he can't stream anymore, and the prank calling and everything like that. You guys you guys chuckled about it, and that's not exactly discouraging the behavior either, and that's the problem. You can't, if you don't specifically say it, therefore you are, for it or anything like that. Actions do speak louder than words, and I think when you guys laugh about it and you get, whenever somebody does some destruction to Phil and then they're immediately a guest on the podcast the next week, or they got moderator status, which Be Awesome 1 does.
But he's had that, and he's been our friend. Now, we can I guess switch into this because we're abandoning the last topic. Now, let's go ahead and let's get into that then. Jackie Chin and Be Awesome 1 were not guests on the last podcast, were they?
Jackie Chin were the topics of the podcast.
But were they on the podcast?
No, they weren't. But the guy who had... No, they weren't. But the guy who had trolled Phil's stream was.
Who?
And
who's the guy that trolled the stream?
He was the guy... I can't remember his name. Here's My Skeletons, bitch.
That was on the Jaha podcast. What I'm saying is that last week, when this copyright stuff went down and we were quote-unquote celebrating, giving people mod status and all this stuff, Be Awesome 1 and Jackie Chan weren't actually on the podcast.
No, I understand, but they were the subject of the pod.
But they could
have
been. Be Awesome 1 was in the chat, and Jackie Chan was also in the chat. They could have been on the podcast, but we didn't have them.
No, I get that, but that was just one example.
Okay.
The thing about it is, when I see the stream chat and everything like that day, calling Be Awesome 1 and Jackie Chan heroes, the Phil ship is going to die, ha ha ha. And, when you come on and you defend the actions of somebody who is maliciously using the DMCA copyright takedown on YouTube to, knock a channel over and, defend his actions, which are really quite kind of loose, if you ask me.
Okay.
Then it becomes some really subtle form of encouragement. That's all people need is attention, and you guys give it to them every single week.
Well, the thing is now, so again, the Be Awesome 1 thing, he's been a mod for a while now, and he's been our friend for a while now. Just because he decides to file a copyright strike on Phil doesn't mean that we're going to drop him as a friend or drop him as a mod or punish him. I mean, that's not our job. We're not the police of the community, and we're not the representatives of the
Okay,
community.
well, I've never heard of him before, so I apologize if that's what it sounds
So
like.
yes, he's been a mod for months, and he's been a friend of ours for months. I'd also like to point out that we did not even know who Jackie Chin was until this happened, so it's not as though we collaborated or said something about that. Be Awesome One didn't collaborate with us on the strike in itself. Like, we literally were just told of these things, and we said, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, I don't see how that encourages it. I've seen, I've seen you portray Phil getting hit by a car. I've seen you portray Phil getting stuck up at gunpoint with a gun to his head. I've seen you portray Phil as getting run over by a steamroller, getting his head knocked off. Would you say that by your example, you are encouraging violence and things to happen to Phil? I mean, it's to say that we have the power to influence people through our content would be to say that we can't have violent videos, we can't have violent games. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And to me, again, it's a double standard because, of anyone that's going to, portray Phil in a certain way or anything like that, I'd say that you've portrayed Phil in some of the most violent and life-threatening situations. Wouldn't you agree?
Phil is a flip-top head cartoon on an animated thing, and at no point did I ever, in any videos, brought attention to people getting his personal information or swatting him or anything like that. You'll notice that like a lot of the haters that have come, like a lot of the hate that he has gotten over the past, aside from like a quick mention of like the comments on that one video, that is like, you'll notice I left out like the Kojima and the hate and the trolls and everything like that out of it, and it's Phil fucking up on a whole lot of things and getting into like a rivalry with an uppity game reviewer.
I mean, in episode 3, he's wearing a shirt that says "fucking Kojima." I mean, that doesn't.
Yeah, that's stuff he says.
I don't know how you're leaving Kojima out of it, though. I'm just confused on what you're saying.
Well, fucking Kojima is stuff that he has said in the past a lot.
Right.
So,
but these things
nothing to do with the SoK.
No. What I'm just saying is, if we're going to talk about like encouraging, like simply having content encourages people, again, I would point out that the way that you portray Phil, which is completely fictional, by the way, our videos are actually footage of Phil, his actual footage, and just giving commentary. Your depictions of Phil, which are completely of your own imagination with just sprinkles of reality and references put in, would be much more harmful or depicting him or encouraging worse. And as a matter of fact, your videos, YouTube Avenue in particular, have garnered roughly 1.5 million views, whereas a lot of our channels, my channel in general, throughout all of the videos has like a total of, I think, 400,000 or something like that. So not only do you have a much longer reach than we do, much more exposure to give this Phil message, you also depict him, in some more risque ways, I guess you would say, which could possibly put in this notion of anti-Phil, not liking Phil, seeing Phil as this idiot who is so lazy and gets hit by a car and, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't give screen time or congrats to the people who do him actual harm.
The problem is, who have we given screen time to that has done actual harm to him?
You got his stream, the guy, Skeleton's bitch guy, right? Remember that? I went back to him once again. I still don't know his name, but
Cerulean 86. The guy that played him in a video game?
Yeah, you trolled him in a video game.
Wow.
Yeah. And his stream and everything like that, when he was on the stream, you got him you antagonized his reaction, and then it said, haha, this is him not learning. It's like, well, he got trolled on stream. Come on. And then you gave him screen time, and then you said that when he said that he wanted to get the prank calls going and everything like that, you didn't say, no, we're not going to go that far. You all chuckled about it.
Well, because unfortunately, unlike you, Das, we don't have this like father mentality where we're going to come on and we're not going to chastise somebody and say, oh no, you guys better not do that. to Jaha. He's a grown man, and you know, being that that was our first interaction with the guy, we have no authority over him to say what you should or should not do. In fact, that's the last thing we want to do, is put ourselves in a position to where now we're responsible as the police of the community. So no, of course, we're not going to tell Jaha, no, that's not funny, don't do that, because that would be overstepping our bounds as men. I mean, he's a man, we're men, we're completely our own people. We can't tell him, oh, don't you dare say something about prank calling Phil, even keeping in mind that it was completely in jest.
So you're saying that because you don't have a lot of viewers, you shouldn't take responsibility for anything?
No, what we're saying is that we're not the police of the community, and we can't tell a grown man what he should or shouldn't find funny.
Well, the thing is, it is never funny to dox someone and
we've never done
try
that.
to get their channel shut down.
We've never doxed anybody.
Get their phone numbers or anything like that, but you chuckle at it anyway, and that's sometimes all it takes. And it doesn't take a whole lot of people to, get somebody encouraged to keep doing something or one-up one another so they can, get some airtime. Sure, the stream only has 300 people at max, but sometimes it just doesn't take much to, feel like they are.
I believe that's all subjective because, it can't be, well, we celebrated Cerulean trolling him in a video game, a fictional world. And we had you on when you did YouTube Avenue, I believe, part 3, the Christmas episode, and we were chuckling with you about, Phil over-exaggerating his back problems with the Seattle air. And you were laughing about the part where he got hit by the car. Anything is subjective when it comes to people. There's a lot of screwed up people out there, and of course, and people can be triggered by anything. They can be triggered by someone trolling someone in a video game. They could be triggered by someone depicting Phil, because Phil is the character in YouTube Avenue, getting hit by a car, getting steamrolled, getting in a gun to put his head, getting punched in his face where his half head comes off. And couldn't you say that since you have ads on the video, that it's more important for you to keep this up than what Cerulean86 did to Phil? Because we don't make any money off of this. There's a difference. You do.
Money isn't the factor. I spent like a month and a half on each of these videos. There was a lot of time.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is these videos are specifically about parodying. I don't see any constructive criticism. They're parodying Phil because he is a character in there, LP and Phil.
Right.
Now,
and
if you're speaking from a moral sense, you've seen that he's changed. Why don't you take the ads off?
I could take the ads off. You want me to take the ads off?
If you want. I mean, I'm just explaining my opinion.
Because it doesn't matter to me whether or not, I get paid for these videos. It was just a fucking cartoon. You know what I mean? There wasn't, I wasn't giving screen time to anybody who does him actual harm or anything like that.
I don't know. You gave screen time to a guy to run him over with the car.
He wasn't a real person.
Okay, well, okay, so then you're saying that the Cerulean86, he did him actually harm by being in his game and saying, look at my skeletons, bitch, and stuff like that. Was that actual harm to him?
As it started, no. But then you brought him on, and then he started doing the prank phone call thing. And then it became
that was Jaha.
I get that. But if you want to, if you want to tell somebody that they really shouldn't, do him any actual harm, you should probably say it, because.
But you didn't. You're still not demonstrating harm. You said the prank call, and then we said that was Jaha, and that was a joke to begin with, and you're still carrying on with the Cerulean86. You still haven't demonstrated harm. What's the harm? That he was in his video game and saying things to him as he was beating him. Like, he played the game. It wasn't as if he hacked his game or anything else. He got into a match with Phil, he fought him, he defeated him, and he trash talked him while he did it. I'm still not seeing the harm.
Well, like I said, the harm wasn't in, the original stream. Like, he got trolled, sure. But the thing is, the reason I'm irritated with it is because now it is turned to baiting reactions out of Phil and then using these conditions as, oh, look, he hasn't changed because he was baited. We all know that Phil has a problem with anger every now and again, and being baited in his stream is really irritating because he gets it pretty much daily. And so when you bait the guy and then use the bait as an example of, oh, he's never changed, more proof for us, it becomes an irritation. And then it goes further when when these types of people who make problems for him get mentioned in a podcast every week, and not mentioned as in like, this is what he's done or anything like that. You then go on to say that it's all hilarious what they've done.
I think that you're confusing the evil table and the cerulean things. Are you talking about that he got baited, so he told his followers to go harass the guy?
No, I don't know. I haven't seen,
because I remember this exact conversation happening on the Jaha podcast as well, that you brought up, he got baited, and that he told his followers to go and harass the guy. That was completely separate. That was Evil Table, like the day or two before, saying, "Hey Phil, why did you ban people when Panda Lee was arguing about Kingdom Hearts?" And he said, "You know what? That's old. You guys go and spam the living shit out of him. I give you permission." I think that's what you were talking about with baited. This cerulean thing was completely separate, where they were playing Mortal Kombat, and he didn't say anything about his manhood or he's a bitch or anything. He just said, "You suck at this game. Look at my skeletons, bitch." Those were two completely separate people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If you could link me to the video where he said that, that'd be great, because I haven't seen the video yet. I've been looking for it and I couldn't find it.
Which one?
The one where he said, "Please dox this guy."
Oh, okay. He didn't say dox. He said spam him and shit.
Spam, sure, whatever. I haven't found it yet, so I'd like to see it.
I'm not finding it just right now. I don't want to spend too much time. If somebody
else can do it, that's fine. I just want to see it.
But those were two separate instances, so I just want to make sure we don't confuse the two.
Okay, great.
So the cerulean, no one, and in both instances there was no damage or harm. That's what I'm saying, is that the only thing that I can see that you would have as damage or harm is the swatting or the channels. The channels is a bit more controversial in terms of if it's harm or not, but the swatting, we've come out. I can link you to tweets. We can also I can point you to the podcast where we actually address this. We were not in celebration of the swatting. We were actually very much against the swatting and of people celebrating the swatting, because that personally spoke to us as something that was more than we wanted. Biasaman, that's the look at my skeletons. We're talking about the Evil Table one, where he told him to go spam the living shit out of him. So when there's an instance of actual harm, there you go. The Dark Side Phil explodes on stream. If you want to, I guess if you want to take a second to watch that.
Do you really want a lot of dead air, like for the next 3 minutes? I mean, I still gotta watch this.
I mean, we could
either way. Now, it's not really going to go into my point. If that's what he said, I'm definitely not for it.
Okay.
If that is exactly what he said, then I'm absolutely not for him saying that at all.
Okay.
So I'm not about to defend that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for the harm, because we got on this topic of, you guys are celebrating and holding up these people as heroes who have harmed Phil. And I'm just not seeing the harm at this point, as far as what we're talking about right now. And what we've been talking about is Evil Table and Cerulean86 playing video games with Phil and trash talking him in the process.
Mm.
The only harm would be Phil calling to his thousands of followers to say, you should make that guy's life miserable. That would be harm, in my opinion.
Okay, well, again, if that's what he said, I'm not for it.
Okay.
I'm not here to argue that point.
Perfect. But
the thing continues to be last week. I bring up last week again when you guys, foisted up the taking down tons of his videos and saying that was okay to do and put strikes on his account, and that's where I took a lot of the issue with this. That's where that post pretty much came from.
Perfect. I'm glad that you brought that up. Let me start to justify the double standards.
Brought it back up.
Okay. Did you say back
Go
up?
ahead. That's what I said. I just said, I just brought it back up.
Okay.
I brought it up.
So let's talk about some double standards, and let's talk about why we think that this is appropriate. Do you remember when we were getting our channels flagged from Phil and from Machinima? It started with Minecraft, then it worked its way to Hotline Miami, a number of people were victimized, in my opinion, by Machinima for videos that they weren't profiting off of, that they did not have monetized, that they made for parody, and in my interpretation of fair use, made them in good faith under fair use. Do you remember that taking place?
I do, but I think, didn't you guys also say that Kay Galleon was behind most of those?
Well, he has come out after the fact, and he's trying to say that he was in communication with Machinima. He hasn't really proved anything. He just showed that he had a number of emails back and forth with Machinima, but that the first flag that was actually done was under DSP Gaming, and Phil has, in his chat and since then, around the time, acknowledged that, yeah, they're going to be, those kiss those channels goodbye, and they're going to be taken down for good, and those stupid kids, I can't wait to get to actual content instead of these haters and stuff like that. So, and he was having all these important conversations with Machinima at the time. So there is overwhelming evidence to say that at the very least he was cognizant that this was going on, knowledgeable that this was going on, and supported it.
Okay. So this is how you don't play thing. I take a stand and say that a lot of it is very much fair use when it comes to a lot of the editing. But the problem,
I mean, you've
also
made one
is
yourself, right? You made the Resident Evil 3 one and gave it to the Kojima World Order. So
I have. I wanted a couple of days after the upload of a really stressful video to just do something really stupid in the editor, and that's what I did.
Is there a reason why you didn't upload that on your own channel, or why did you do it anonymously and hand it off to the KWO?
Nobody really wants. See, the thing is, nobody wants to see that on my channel because it's really long, and a lot of people would see it's really boring and it's really annoying, and a lot of other people would also say that, oh, you wasted your time making that piece of shit. You could have been doing something else with your time. I get that a lot. So it got to the point where it's like, just screw it. If people want to have fun with this video, I don't care if they know I made it or if, like, anything like that. If they want to see it, great. So I'll send it off to a channel that, people tune in for that too. Not mine, because nobody cares.
Okay. But anyway, so you did obviously make one of yourself. Would you say that This Is How You Don't Play was protected by fair use?
Fair use, yes, but in its current form, because I think fair use has hit quite a gray area when it comes to YouTube, and I think it really does need to be re-looked at in the courts. Okay. And just kind of figure out, they really need to fine-tune the fair use thing because it is really gotten out of hand.
Okay, but under its current interpretations, I mean, that's how the law works, right? Our current interpretations, precedent, would you agree that fair use is on the side of the content creator in terms of This Is How You Don't Plays?
In its current state, yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that. Mr. Moogle, are you prepared with clip numbers 1? And then I'll ask for 2 in a second so that I can give a little bit of detail to clip number 1.
In fact, what I actually would like is if someone could do like a montage of the hilarious amount of deaths that I had during playing this game, because it was just a retarded amount of instant drownings and fucking just epic fails of massive proportions. I think that would be probably one of the funniest things ever.
Okay. So, hold on clip 2 real quick. So there we have Phil in 2012 giving what he accused his fan art people of giving him, which is this blanket permission, this tacit consent that you may use my content. And what we have there, in addition to fair use, Phil requesting that a fan make montages specifically of all the deaths. This Is How You Don't Play essentially is, right?
Yeah.
So we have Phil requesting it himself. But you might say...
In 2012.
You might say, exactly. You might say, you know what, that's 2012, though. Mr. Moogle, clip number 2, please.
Sajima, in the stream chat, I don't know if I saw your tweet. I guess you're asking if you had asked me permission to use my footage. You can use my footage for anything you want, as long as it's not just blatantly, copying and reposting my footage. That's all I really care about. So, yeah, you can go ahead and use it. I don't know what you're talking about.
October 9th, 2014, my friend.
Okay.
Less than a year ago.
Okay. Well, the irritation,
you can use my footage for whatever you want, as long as it's not a blatant re-upload of my content.
Okay. Like I said, or not like I said, sorry, I'm just getting into this. I think a lot of it is his irritation with the bias against him in a lot of these videos.
Sure.
Because they come at him with like as many rude comments as they can, saying everything is all his fault. There is a degree of, I think there's a degree of malice in them too, and I think that's where a lot of the irritation comes from. Now, the thing is, again, I'm not against the "this is how you don't play" videos. If anything, it gives them a little extra exposure and everything like that. But the takedowns, he shouldn't have really done them because that's just going to create the Streisand effect.
Okay. But what we're trying to call attention to is the fact that Phil himself has given blanket permission, number one, in 2012, please make a montage of all of my deaths and fails. I think it would be hilarious. In fact, why don't you make montages of all these games in the sound clip that we just had? Number two, if that's a little bit too old for you, October 19, 2014, less than a year ago, you can use my footage for whatever you want as long as it's not a blatant re-upload of my content. Those are explicit permissions to the internet, which is the intended. This wasn't a private conversation. This wasn't a self. These were videos that he put out on YouTube for the world to see. This is for everyone that can view that video. You now have permission to use my video if you can hear the sound of my voice. Right. Then
now
he went and, as you were trying to explain, well, he doesn't like the bias in them and stuff like that. So what you're acknowledging is that he gave this permission and he's retracted it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so did
has...
the content
Can I finish,
owners.
Please? Can
Sure.
I finish, please?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, yes, he has probably retracted the statements because he didn't like the ire that came with them. A lot of people have, started posting videos, this is DSP being a Nazi sympathizer, this is him being a sociopath, this is him being a child molester, and it becomes kind of, it becomes a lot of problems. I don't think that's what he intended for his uploads to, be, but at the same time, that is what he said. He said that, it was okay to use his videos in that light. And so I never said that it was okay for him to start doing takedowns, right?
Right.
But on the same note, this is where I take issue. On the same note, now how is it okay for Jackie Chin to do the same thing to him? I never said that DSP taking the "this is how you don't play" videos down was okay. But now why is it okay for Chin to do it?
Because the precedent is set that if you're going to get upset about the consequences, if your intentions change, if you tell somebody you can use my footage for whatever you want, now I don't want you to do that anymore. I'm going to retract it, and I'm not going to give you fair notice that you cannot use it anymore. I'm not going to tell you that you can use it anymore. You're just going to get surprised with your videos getting taken down, your channels possibly getting shut down. A number of people actually got their channels shut down because of Phil and his, campaign of taking down "this is how you don't plays" and stuff like that. Things that we acknowledge that are protected under fair use, and as we can demonstrate through those sound clips, there are more that Phil has given explicit permission for you to use that. If Phil is allowed to then retract that because the wind blows a certain direction, because he feels like it, so can these people. They can retract their use, and they can fight fire and use the exact same things if they want to. Now, we didn't command anybody to do it. We didn't collaborate with anyone to do it. We didn't tell anyone to do it. But if they want to do that, we have the justification in our minds to let them do that.
Right, but you said it was okay for Chin to do it, but it wasn't okay for Phil to do it. Now, you didn't really say it was like, well, I think you might have at one point. You had said like door swings both ways, but a lot of it, you were just saying like he has the legal grounds to take it down. But if he does have if Chin has the legal grounds to just retract his permission at any given point, then why is it not okay for Phil to do it?
It was okay for Phil to do it, and we had to live with it, and we ended up appealing it. And because Machinima had no intentions on taking anyone to court, the same as Jackie Chin and Be Awesome One have no intentions on taking anyone to court, they were both nullified, and YouTube ended up taking them away. As a matter of fact, right now, Phil can stream at this point. Everything's taken care of. Awesome timing, right? It makes a great argument point that as of right now, he can stream and he's back to normal. Whereas we had to do the same process. What makes Phil more important or more legally protected than us, the little people? We can't make our videos without being harassed by machinima and stuff like that. Well, fair is fair then. And if people feel, if Phil is allowed under the protections of YouTube and under the protections of the law to go ahead and retract his permission, then so can other people too. They live under the exact same rules. We're all equal under DMCA and everything else.
Right,
So-
but you're saying that when you guys do it, it's fair use, but when Phil does it, it's not. You said that in the last week's
No,
podcast.
Phil. What do you mean? We never said it wasn't fair use. Phil's videos, his gameplays are operating within the gray area of fair use. Wouldn't you say?
Phil's. Wait, sorry. Say it again.
His playthroughs essentially use the same area of the same gray area that This Is How You Don't plays with. I mean, I've seen, for example, our good friend Furtado. He just got a strike. Sorry, he didn't get a strike, but he got a claim against Gears of War because he streamed it on YouTube Gaming, and that's completely legal. It flies, even though it's protected under fair use. That he can put up these videos and have gameplay videos under the law. People can still claim them. So, I mean, we all, like I said, we all operate under the same rules.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were willing to concede that point, but the thing is, he just, you can't sit there and say that it's okay for Chin to do then. Like, if Chin was giving permission, like, we can't just, do this back and forth. If it's okay if you do it, or it's okay if I do it because you did it, sort of thing, because then we're just exploiting we're exploiting a very loose YouTube copyright system. Like, this thing sucks, and
Sure.
he knew that it was going to come apart.
Sure.
So we need to find a line. We need to find a line at which point, okay, well, are we done doing these? Are we done doing this sort of thing where we exploit the system to try and get his channel taken down? Because he obviously knows that Phil lives off of this sort of thing.
Okay.
And he didn't do it and it's pretty clear from the amount of takedowns that he was going to do that he wasn't trying to send Phil a message. He was trying to destroy his channel because, like, at one point, at one point when his motives. Well, at one point, you had guys retweeted something saying, like, I have 600 other videos that I could claim right now.
Okay.
At that point, it's like, if you were trying to send a message, send, like, one or two strikes, something like that. But don't say, okay, I'm going to send hundreds more.
Wouldn't that
because at
sort
that
of-
point, you're not sending a message. You're just going to destroy his, livelihood. That's not really a message anymore.
Yeah, but the fact that he had those quote-unquote 600 to do and didn't, don't you think that sort of supports the opposite of what you're saying?
Just because he didn't do it, like, at one point, doesn't mean that he was, you don't know if he was going to.
Okay,
No.
but he didn't. Again, from his point of view, we've heard what he had to say. From his point of view, he was taking back control of his copyrighted content. The Project 7 thing rubbed him the wrong way, the same as the This Is How You Don't Play rubbed Phil the wrong way, and he decided it was his legal right to take back control of his content and for Phil not to use it anymore. His intention was for Phil not to use that content anymore. That's what he said. He gave an audio interview, not with us though, of course, not with the Sons of Kojima, because we didn't have him on that podcast. We could have, Das. We could have on last Thursday, huge podcast with 350 people, yada yada yada. We could have had DasBoSchitt. We could have had we could have if we would have did it on 15 minutes notice. But we could have had Be Awesome One, and we could have had Jackie Chin on that podcast, and we could all high-fived each other and really did that. If what you're portraying us as is true, but we didn't. So, but anyways, they have the right to do it the same way as Phil has the right to do it. And they did. Now, I didn't see any sort of moral outrage when Phil was taking down the This Is How You Don't plays. Maybe you didn't comment on it, but did you have, did you have an opinion on the morality of our channels getting taken down when we were getting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I told you I did. I told you that he shouldn't have been taking them down because, again, that's just going to create the Streisand effect. He really shouldn't do it because it's going to make him look worse. So I just because I didn't comment on it doesn't mean
That's why I asked. Yeah.
Didn't oppose it.
Right. That's why I wanted to, because I didn't see your take on it. So that's why I just wanted to get it.
I try not to comment too much on like big political shitstorms or anything like that.
I got you. Like I said, though, in my opinion and in the opinions of many, it was legally justified. The precedent was set with Phil. The precedent was set that if you give your consent to use something, even expressly, you can withdraw it for personal reasons, how you feel about the person, whatever else like that. You can take that back. You can retract it, and thereby, the people that did that, Be Awesome One and Jackie Chin, they felt the exact same way.
No, you shouldn't just. If you give permission, you shouldn't just. You can't just recant it at any point. What would be the point of asking permission at all if that was what you could do? The only reason that it works right now is because the YouTube system doesn't even care. It just shoots first, and so that's how you're able to recant permission, is because YouTube is automated. You should never be able to give permission and then just recant it at any point. There was a point when Total Biscuit had wound up in that particular, realm. You remember Total Biscuit, right?
Yes,
Total Biscuit.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So
great guy.
So he got permission from the guy who did Day One Gary's Incident to do a review on the video, and then when the video came out, the guy behind it just didn't like the review, and so he did a DMCA takedown. Nobody was on board with the guy who took the video down. You can't just recant permission like that, because there would be absolutely no point in asking permission to begin with. So he's able to recant permission because YouTube system sucks, but nobody should be able to just take it back like that and say, okay, well, now that the video I was involved in has to go down right now. That's just not okay to do. If you want to say, I have issue with you now, can you not use my stuff anymore? That's okay.
Right.
But to recant permission, that's not okay at all. And on like any grounds.
Right. I'd also just like to kind of explore the difference here. So the difference here is that Phil's stuff is being used for parody, whereas Be Awesome One's and Be Awesome One and Jackie Chin's is being used essentially for his business to profit, right? Would we agree on that? I mean, as part of the pre-stream art, this is for profit. This is so that he can. Did I still? Oh wow, how careless of me. I had that picture up the whole time instead of gameplay footage. So there you go, guys. This is from Split Playthrough.
Oh, whoops, you just bored the stream.
My mistake. When I edit it after the fact, I'll put the gameplay back in. I'm sorry that you guys were staring at DasBoSchitt's post the whole time. I got a little into this this conversation. But anyways,
some ass grabbing.
That's what you guys get. But anyways, for me, I think that if you're going to take away permission like that, then you yourself are open to that. And again, Phil is using this for profit. It's part of his business. When he presents his pre-stream to people, it is so that he can retain his business. Whereas when Mr. Loophole, when Freddy Fazfuck, when anyone makes it This Is How You Don't Play, they do it for fun and for parody and satire purposes.
Right,
Not
but
profit.
I know, I understand that, but anybody going into, giving fan art to Phil should obviously know that by now.
Well,
when they
the
give
thing
permission, if they watch Phil, they know that he monetizes his videos, and they know that he does the pre-streams and everything like that.
Right.
So at that point, they know that he's going to be doing it for profit. Just because he profits from it doesn't mean giving permission is less okay.
Well, what it means is that you can retract. See, so Phil, in this business transaction, he didn't exactly pay these people for this art. He didn't like transfer ownership over. It was essentially a good faith agreement. I like you, I support you, so therefore you can borrow this from me. And because of the way the projects haven't panned out, because of different things that they didn't agree with on a moral and ethical level, they decided that that business relationship changed. And the same way that Phil has the legal right to have Machinima come after us, they have the same legal right as well. I don't see the moral argument. I also don't see what Phil deciding to make this a living has anything to do with to make him more important or to make it more of an outrage. Or I've even seen people say, you know, oh, they threatened his life. This is akin to a physical threat and stuff like that. And all this stuff is just rhetoric to make Phil look as victimized as possible in this sense.
Well, like I said, neither Phil nor Chin has the right to just recant permission. Nobody does. The thing is, when they give permission, there it is. And sure, some people can afford to pay for the fan art and others don't. There's plenty of fan art that is given out, you know, for free to the person they like so they can, you know, get a little bit of exposure. People like the exposure in itself. Mm-hmm. And so other people like money. A lot of content creators use fan art, and they're not always paid for. I would probably go so far as to say, like, most fan art isn't paid for, but they do it in good faith.
Right.
And they do it, you know, either just because they like the guy, they want to see their art on their stuff, and they want, or some of them just like the exposure of being, you know, seen by hundreds, if not thousands of people. And so he doesn't have to pay everyone. The moment they say, you know, here's permission, you know, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
well, again,
if we,
then I can.
And
just...
even if he did pay him to, you know, use his fan art, he would have still been able to go the YouTube system, and YouTube still would shoot first.
Okay.
And nearly get his channel taken down. So either way, even if he did get paid, he could have still done it because YouTube doesn't, you know, have any people behind their stuff at first.
Well, I guess we just have to chalk it up to turnabout is fair play then, because if we're not going to make any progress on the legal merit or the moral merit, then, you know, I guess it's just, you know, just turnabout is fair play. You go and you screw over multiple people. You try to get their channels taken down. You succeed in getting their channels taken down. Somebody's going to come along and do it to you under the same legal protections and YouTube protections that you used against them. And again, you know, if you want to try to give us some sort of liability in this, I don't see how you can. Again, we had no idea that Jackie Chan was going to do this because we didn't know who he was. We didn't collaborate with him to do it. With Be Awesome One, he didn't come to us. This isn't like some corporation where we have to take like corporate liability for people doing stuff or whatever. You know, they can do what they want. We laughed about it because we thought it was funny. We thought that as affected parties by the Machinima stuff, that this was karma coming back to bite them, that somebody had the legal and the legal merit to bring back their content, and Phil, in the grand scheme of things, couldn't stream for about a week. That's literally where this came from. He ended up getting a ton of views that probably balanced out some of the times he couldn't stream with his big drama videos and I got you, Be Awesome One. I got your address. I got your name. You fucked up. I got you. You know, the threats, the stuff like that. Which do you endorse that? Because I know you were talking about doxing and stuff like that.
I said earlier I don't endorse that. To say, you know, it's one thing to say I have your IP so I know it's you, but it's another thing to say I have your name and I have your address.
That's directly what he did.
That's going too far.
Do you think that video could have been flagged for bullying or harassment and they could have gotten a community strike?
I wouldn't really go that far.
I mean, it's a threat. Because it was designed to intimidate Be Awesome One into retracting his stuff because he told him flat out, I got you and stuff like that. It seems intimidating to me.
Sure, but he did, you know, it's intimidating, but it wasn't like an actual threat. You know, you look at it in court and just say, you know, I have this stuff, but he didn't say, okay, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to destroy you or anything like that. he went too far in saying he knew it was you, but he never actually made a verbal threat or anything like that.
He said you fucked up and I got you. Those seem like
you fucked up and I figured it out, but yeah.
Seems like I don't know, just kind of seems like a threat to me. He said I can sue you whenever I want and stuff like that. It was just a lot of intimidation and you know, basically the point of that video was to, you know, rally up support and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, when the Wolf Engine, when the Jackie Chan, that's the same person, Wolf Engine, Jackie Chan. When Jackie Chan did it, he went out of his way to say, I rebuke you from doing anything to him. Don't do anything. But then, when it came time for the flagship channel, it was a completely different tone. It was a completely different video. I got you. You fucked up. You're an idiot. You're a sociopath. You're mentally ill. And he never told anybody. Well, don't do anything, though. It was a completely different tone. That was an intimidation video. That was like the equivalent of a hip-hop beef video where they send to each other. Phil was freestyling. He was getting them. I'm gonna get these hooks in. Ah, man, I'm gonna scare the shit out of this kid. So that's what he was doing. You fucked with my business, and I'm gonna fuck with you, and I'm gonna scare the shit out of you. That was his goal.
Well, he was threatening his business. You can agree, but the thing is, yeah, he went too far, saying the name of the duress. I get that, but he never really made any physical threat. At first, he said, you know, please don't, you know, do anything to him, and then he, you know, went at him again. It became an irritation, especially with the fact that I think Chin and Awesome One were hiding behind a lot of anonymity and saying like it wasn't him and everything like that. And so he was trying to, like, he said it very clumsily, I might add, saying like you can't hide behind your anonymity anymore. You know, just like, so you can't hide your anonymity to start like threatening my business and everything.
Okay.
But again, he never made a direct threat. He would just clumsily made, you know, got you, you can't hide, you know, behind your 7 troll accounts. So
okay. Do you remember on the podcast, I can play the clip for you, that you said that Phil will essentially put out a statement and then specifically take it back and lie about it and sort of backtrack and change the meaning? Do you think, actually, you know what, might as well. Moogle, do you have clip number 29, sir? Is Moogle still here? I think Moogle died.
I don't know.
He'll just say something, but he's not willing to admit he was wrong. Like a lot of the times, like he'll say something that he pretty clearly meant. Like when he was ripping on the ice bucket challenge, it's like, oh, these stupid people doing it for views, it's totally worthless. And then when people got mad at him about it, he's like, oh, I didn't say that. I very clearly said. It's like, no, you didn't clearly say anything. It's like he quickly tries to make a reinterpretation of something he very clearly said, rather than saying, okay, I was frustrated at the time and I didn't really mean what I said. Let me go ahead and compound. Now that I'm clear, let me compound what I meant to say or something like that. But now he's like, I didn't say, you stupid idiots. It was pretty clear. It's like, no, come on.
So I think this might be one of those cases where he clearly says something and he means it a certain way. And after the fact, he might try to, or have somebody else in this case, try to say that maybe he meant something else. Man, let's backtrack. Now that I'm clear-headed, this is what I actually meant. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's, like I said, that's just my take on it. Let's see. I mean, what else can we get to? Is there anything else that you wanted to express before we moved on with our different points here and there? Or is anybody else... I know I've been talking for quite a while. Does anybody else on the panel have anything to say? So I guess that's
Anybody?
You, Das. You got anything?
I guess so. Well, again, I'm coming at this, the whole point that this came about, I don't think we were really... I think that it probably could have helped to get like a topic in the debate because we went everywhere tonight.
Sure, but it's good that we did.
Right, but
because as you can tell, we were prepared. We knew a lot of this stuff was going to come up. So
No, I understand. But the thing of it is, I'm coming at this to the standpoint that says, Phil has fucked up. He's still got a way to go. He's getting himself a little better with time. And I am just irritated with a lot of the people that still see fit to try and, shut him down over and over again. And the people that keep giving attention to these people just don't help. So he doesn't deserve to have his business taken down.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a guy who plays video games. And a lot of people think like playing video games isn't a job, but that's no real reason to, start taking hatchets to the bridge, trying to make it sink early or anything like that.
Sure.
He has a ways to go, but I'm still empathetic with the guy in terms with a lot of the people who are trying to do him some real harm, and a lot of the people that encourage the people through, laughter or giving them, recognition on a podcast and stuff. That's where all of this came from. And I won't sit there and defend Project 7, he had every right to take it away and all of the patrons are just butthurt. No, that was never where I came into this as. He fucked up, but at the same time, there's really no reason to believe that he was lying to begin with.
Okay.
So a lot of people say that he's lied, therefore this is totally justified now. We don't know that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, my place is basically mostly of empathy. And, two wrongs don't make a right mentality.
Okay.
And I can't stand it. You don't have to like Phil. You know what I mean?
Of course.
You can find his voice. You don't. If you find his voice annoying, you find his playthroughs dull, or whatever. You've got your reasons. Perfect. But you have to draw a line somewhere.
Sure.
In saying, does he really deserve to have his YouTube channel knocked down and his house, abandoned because he can't pay for it anymore because people don't like him? You know what I mean? And there's not a lot of people that have been able to, I don't know, to me, sell me the idea that he deserves to be destroyed this hard anymore.
Okay.
Death to Phil, haha, the ship is sinking. Why do they laugh about that? Why do they find that funny? I don't, it blows my mind sometimes why people find it funny to have the guy destroyed and why people root for that. I never got that. And so last week's podcast, irritated me in that sense. So, I'm not here to condone all of Phil's actions. He's fucked up in some spots, but I can still see that, he has gotten better with time. A lot of people don't really like to acknowledge that for reasons I don't know. They say he never has, but, I sit and I watch some of his playthroughs on certain games. Not all of them, but some. And I've seen a change in his behavior. So the fact that he's trying is just kind of enough for me to feel like people need to maybe step back and let the guy do his thing for a while. And if he fucks up on his own, then, let it happen. If his ship sinks, let it happen itself. Don't just, don't make it the process happen faster.
Okay.
Don't.
Now,
so that's it. That's my standpoint.
Sure. Now, I want to explore a couple of those things then. Now, we don't really have the power to take Phil down in that sense. I mean, we can't as the Sons of Kojima, because we're the ones that sort of drew your ire in this whole debate and the posts on the forums and stuff like that. We can't have a group call on Skype tomorrow and say, you know what, let's take Phil down, let's get it done, and go out and make that happen. Essentially, two people went and they filed copyright strikes that weren't actually going to, quote unquote, take down his channel. I know you use that language a lot, taking down his channel, taking away his business. None of these strikes are going to stick, and as you can see, within a week's time, he's back to normal. So
they could have stuck. That's the thing. They had, they knew that, or rather he knew that they were going to stick if he didn't take action, which is why he had to delete a whole lot of pre-streams and why he couldn't accept fan art anymore. Now he can't have fan art anymore.
But still, the thing is is that just like with Machinima, if you appeal them, unless the next step is the person has to take you to court. I'm sure you're aware of the YouTube copyright system, right?
Sure.
The way it works. The next step is that these people have to take you to court. Do you really think that Jackie Chan and Biosman are going to take Phil to court?
No, but before the court happens, the damage will already have been done. His channel will get knocked down out of the automated systems, and he will stop making money. He'll lose a ton of viewers if he has to, you know, change ship and go to another channel, because that's what happens with all kinds of channels. Like, not everyone will make the transition over. So even if he did go to court, the damage will still be done before the court happens in, like, you know, God knows how long. Courts take a long time before the hearing starts.
But they were never going to go to court. It's essentially, if you don't go to court, it gets reinstated within 10 to 14 business days. In this case, it got reinstated in like 7 business days because he gets special treatment through Machinima. So again, his managed partnership, his relationship with Machinima already affords him certain immunities and certain benefits that the average person doesn't get. So,
but not enough to keep the damage down.
But the thing is, would you say that a week of not being able to stream, he still uploaded all the video game footage, would you say that a week of not being able to stream is going to make him homeless? Or anything? I mean, that's the language that we're using here. I think we need to be careful with that. We're using we're using Phil language. We're talking about him losing his house. You said his house. Him losing his house.
I never said that he was going to lose it out of losing the ability to stream. I said he was going to lose it out of his channel being destroyed. You know,
but but his channel didn't get destroyed though, and it was never in a position to be destroyed. That's what I'm trying to say.
I get it, but it didn't get destroyed. But it could have if he didn't take any action. If somebody could have easily just, you know, if Chin did 2 strikes, somebody else could have easily just, like, you know, tipped the last domino, and that would have been it for the channel, because, you know, oh boy, let's destroy Phil for reasons.
For a week.
No, it could have been so much worse than that. It almost was if he didn't take action. That's where I talk about him, you know, losing his channel and not being able to pay for his home. If his channel got taken down, he would lose his, you know, livelihood, if you will.
I understand, but again, like I said, even if he would have had the 3rd strike, all of those claims would have been cleared up within the week, because none of them are going to take him to court. No one has. Phil himself said he doesn't even have the means to take anyone to court, and he makes more money than I'm sure a lot of the people that claim those things. His channel would not have been taken down at all at any point. At most, it would have been disabled for a week, and I just don't see how you can then sort of make that seem like, you know, oh well, you know, it's really, really gonna hit him, you know, when. Again.
Yeah, but losing the ability to do your work for 2 weeks isn't painful. I mean, that really sucks. That's a lot of missed work days. The fact that Phil felt the need to stick to his schedule as often as he could to the point where he screwed up Project 7 shows that he really does need to work as often as he possibly can, and not being able to do that for 2 weeks still hurts like hell.
It shows that he likes a certain lifestyle. I mean, to go and to move across the country and buy a $250,000 house and to drive a BMW and to have a girlfriend that doesn't work, and you know, to drink expensive water and to go to restaurants all the time and stuff like that. It shows a certain lifestyle. I think that he could actually, to be completely honest with you, I think that he could have had that those 2 weeks completely off, and I think he could have made a couple cuts here and there, some sacrifices like normal people tend to do. But Phil's life isn't about making sacrifices. Phil's life is about excess. Phil's life is about being comfortable. Phil doesn't even entertain the idea of having a job. Like, Phil's not about any sort of compromises or anything like that. And in the real world, this would have just been a compromise. This would have been, man, I can't stream for a week or 2. Man, I can't do anything for a week or 2. Maybe I need to tighten up the purse strings a bit.
Well, the thing is, yeah, that's what he would have had to do, but the problem was that wasn't of his own doing. It didn't happen because, you know, he screwed up. It's because a bunch of people decided, you know, hey, I don't like the guy, let's take him down. That's where the problem happens. If like I said, if it happened on his own terms, then oh well, his own fault. But the takedowns, that's that starts to stop really becoming his fault at that point, and it becomes the fault of a lot of people just looking to, cause a lot of harm.
I would argue that he generated that ill will by having the machinima takedowns, having this Project 7 scandal, having moderators and administrators that have been proven to read people's private messages and he won't do anything about it, having special treatment for patrons, people avoiding bans on the forum, stuff like that. This negative sentiment gets breeded by his actions more so than a couple silly videos. The videos call attention to it. Again, like I pointed out very early in this conversation, our videos that we make are simply the source footage with commentary and for parody purposes and presented in a certain way that they're protected under fair use. But at the end of the day, they're very much derivative of the original work. I mean, we don't usually make stuff up. I think that's very hard to do, is to try to make stuff up with Phil's footage and present it in a way where it's supposed to be taken seriously. All we do is call attention to his actual actions. Would you disagree with that?
I would, to a certain degree. I remember, I think, Fred, at one point you said that he was being a Nazi sympathizer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he wasn't, sympathizing with the Nazi regime. When you watch that video, he says, he was going on about how certain people were forced into being Nazis at the threat of their lives and everything like that. But he wasn't saying, Nazis got it right. The Nazi regime works. That's not at all what he was saying.
I'm glad you brought that up. Happy that you brought that up. I knew it was coming. So I put out the video. My interpretation and the interpretation from a number of people was that he was showing Nazi sympathy. He was showing justifications for why people went along with Nazism and stuff like that. Now, what I did is I put the video out with just the source footage and I let people make their own interpretations after giving mine. In the comment section, which I completely let fly and I let go to the fullest extent, you can go ahead and you can comment and you can debate it up. And it was fairly split. Some people interpreted it as it was Nazi sympathy. Some people interpreted it that it was not. I let the conversation go. And after a while, I decided, you know what? If people think that this is dishonest, I'll take the video down and I'll make a statement retracting that and saying that, you know what? I completely respect your guys' interpretation of it. And I've retracted the video. If you go to my channel, I know that I didn't do that right now during this video. I'm currently live on the air. If you go to my channel, you can see that that video is no longer available.
Okay,
So
well, I'm good. But the thing is,
when things are controversial in that nature, and people think that we're being dishonest, then we retract it and we make a statement to the contrary.
So you went ahead and you agreed that it wasn't of pure intention.
I agreed that it was controversial and it was up for interpretation.
Okay, because
again, my interpretation is that it was justification for why the Nazi people went along with it. Again, that's completely subjective. My interpretation. The fact that a number of people disagreed with it and found it dishonest, I responded to and took down the video and retracted it. So
good, perfect.
Pretty straightforward. I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you for giving me that outlet.
Okay, good. Just try to make sure. Like a lot of times you see titles in the video poisoning the well into what people should really think. Like a lot of people think well, this is him Nazi sympathizing. Before they even click, they already have the seed in their mind that that is what he's doing. So it is poisoning the well in that sense. And I've seen a lot of it over time, not just from you or anything like that, but from a lot of different people.
And I can only speak for myself, and I can just demonstrate to you that when this stuff happens, if there is something that people feel we got it wrong, or if there's a situation where it is very much subjective, that we'll do the right thing and we'll be fair. Mm-hmm. So that's at least what I've done in that case. Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you did that. Is there anything else that you brought up that specific example? Obviously, because I'm here and that was the right thing to do. Are there any other examples of people poisoning the well and stuff like that? I know that was a big one for you. I know you sort of gave a little bit of a nod to that on the Jaha thing too, where you said, oh, he's not a Nazi sympathizer, stuff like that. So is there anything else that maybe sticks out to you in terms of misinformation or anything else like that?
Well, there was a lot of the ones where it says, DSP tries it being a sociopath, and all he's really doing is running around in GTA killing a bunch of fake people and like making dark humor about it.
I agree.
And
It is not nice to call people sociopaths. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and so it goes both ways, obviously.
Right.
But
that's you called us a sociopath, and that wasn't nice, man.
That wasn't nice.
To be fair,
Little to no experience in life too.
There was a lot of people giving him some really cruddy advice that just really wouldn't work if you looked into it. Or there's a lot of people that think he should live a certain way because they approve of it, where they're not really the arbiter of how somebody is supposed to live their life.
I want to make something clear. I know you said that we originally boasted ourselves as trying to criticize and stuff like that. We're here as friends. We're here for a laugh. We're here to make parody. We're here. Some people might want to help him. A lot of different. You're dealing with a group where people have different motivations and intentions and stuff like that. But the Sons of Kojima as a group, we're not like a fan club where we're here to help Phil or that or anything like that. I just want to be completely clear. I'm not sure where you interpreted that we boasted ourselves as like the Phil Geek Squad or anything like that.
Nothing like that.
We're not here specifically to help Phil along or anything like that. And I don't know where that came from. I don't think we've ever been accused of that before. Accused is a wrong word, but I don't think we've ever been thought of as that. But that I just want to be completely clear on that. This is not like some Phil fan club where we're here to help him.
Well, I never saw it. I never thought you were a fan club. I mean,
Okay.
The actions were pretty obvious of that. But at the same time, when you say you are here to, give criticism and everything like that, the problem is when the guy does make some improvements, which people really, I don't know, I don't know if they just don't want to see it or maybe they just go on bias. I don't know, but the thing is, he has made improvements in his life, and a lot of people, like here included, like don't, recognize them at all. Like one, rather small example was when you laughed at him and said, "Hi, something Phil will never say. I lost weight." Well, remember, Phil used to be quite a tub when he started out, and now he has lost weight, and he's still got ways to go. But that's what happens when you live a pretty when you live a very indoor life, doing a Let's Play channel. He ain't, slim by any means, but he has lost weight.
Do you remember who said that by any chance? Because I know that it wasn't me that said that, actually. My joke about it was that I just got a job, so.
I don't know who had said it.
Okay.
But, because again, you can't tell who is saying it when the podcast is just like some screen and there's like, how many people were on last week?
Maybe about 8. But we're all special and unique to us.
I see. But no, see, I'm not familiar with everybody's voices yet enough to really say who said it.
Gotcha.
I was going to say, as far as Phil's lifestyle goes, he might be improving in that, but as far as his commentary and how he is on YouTube, I don't like, from what I've seen back when I did watch him, like when I was enjoying his content, and yes, I admit that I did enjoy his videos before. Oh, God damn it. Hold on.
Well, I just want to say something. This is a whole, I wanted to go back to the whole, and especially his mentality from Phil. This is my opinion that, if his channel gets shut down, it's, adios, he's going to be thrown out of the streets. I'm not saying anyone specifically said that, but I hear that from people. And to me, I don't see that. Because to see the way I was raised, I was molded with the mentality that as long as you're able-bodied and you're of average or higher intelligence, you should be able to take care of yourself no matter what, even if you have to live to a certain lifestyle, adapt and survive. You know what I mean? So the whole notion that these two perfectly healthy, average or above average intelligence individuals can't go outside, and I don't give a damn if it's McDonald's, you got to work 40, 50 hours a week, both of them. Their YouTube channel, if it shuts down, they're not hopeless. It's just they refuse to adapt. You know what I mean? Because, sometimes we have to live a lifestyle we don't want. I'd love to live in a fucking house. I'd love to live in have a nice BMW or anything like that, but I can't afford that right now, and I'm not gonna fuck myself over in the future. You know what I mean? That's, as adults, we have to plan for the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to plan for the future, but a lot of people, like, some people don't really know what they're going to do with the future, and we can't really, give them shit for it because, if they're going to dedicate plenty of time to maybe discovering what they do want to do with the future, then we can't really chastise them for making, like, some kind of serious risks. Like, I wouldn't. Like me, for example, I took some risks after I decided, I've had enough with my shitty security job after they expected me to wait 6 fucking months to actually get me, back in the books. Like, oh my God, you really expect me to wait that long for a job that's dangerous and boring and pays for shit? It's like, no, come on. So I took a risk and I did animation on YouTube for about a year. It was a risk. It didn't, it was stressful. It was really stressful, but a lot of people said that I was absolutely stupid for trying to do animation on YouTube because that just, how animation is on YouTube. It takes a long time to make something. And so a lot of people said that I was, the dumbest person in the world for doing that. But then as a result of my channel having much more activity each month and, brushing up on my skills, I was able to get one job that pays really well and another that's on the way that I'm going to be working with Team 4-Star. I love those guys. I can't wait to animate with them. So 2 great opportunities came of the risk that I took. When everybody said, like, the risk that I took was the dumbest thing in the world, it paid off. Not all risks do pay off, but they, doesn't mean that all risks also all fail.
Gotcha.
But I believe you're using the skills that you may have, had in your, YouTube channel outside of YouTube. You know what I mean? You're not just sitting there focused on, I'm going to do, YouTube videos or whatever, and that's going to be my only focus. You went outside of it, and I believe Team 4-Star is a company, I believe. They, hired you to do your work for them. That's using your skills that you've developed over time on YouTube outside of it. It's covering more bases than just YouTube. And that's a good thing. I think everyone should do that if they have a talent or whatever and they want to, do something online. Always have more options than just one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not a bad, it's not a bad mindset. Mm-hmm. Always get your talents going. Trouble is, I don't think there is a heck of a lot you can learn from being a Let's Player, except for maybe if you decided to really make a whole lot of creative concessions and editing and creativity and Photoshop and all that other stuff. But generally speaking, yeah, you probably aren't going to get a whole lot of skills out of being a Let's Player. But there's some people that say if it pays the bills, go for it. I'll take the risk and everything. The trouble is that, yeah, he has been doing it for quite some time, that it is hard to get the backup plan going. But a lot of people saying, like, he should have had the backup plan, and now that he, didn't think too far ahead, destroying him is just heh.
I think that different people have different motivations and different, sensibilities. I think that there are people that have, felt wronged by Phil, wrong or right, it's completely subjective.
Yeah.
But
a lot of people just would rather. I'm sorry, I hate to cut you off like that.
That's cool.
I think just a lot of people are kind of tired of playing it safe after a while. There's a lot of people that will play it safe for years upon years, and, like, nothing ever really comes too much of it. They live in that little apartment for, like, the longest fucking time, and shit keeps coming up. And after a while, they just they want to see more in life rather than just playing it safe constantly. So they'll take a big risk. Sometimes it's stupid. Sometimes we don't all agree with it. But, to say that he deserves to fall as a result, if he does fall, then it's his own fault. I just don't like it when people try to speed the process along.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't know if there's anything through our parody videos that we can do to speed the process along. And again, the things that really catch heat as far as where people really get excited about videos are things that actually happen, things where he screwed up, where he, threatened Evil Table hey, go harass him, where he freaks out on stream. These are the things that our videos get attention for, is when he screws up and when we are giving commentary to it and showing what happened. And to be honest with you, I don't think that we have any power outside of what Phil gives us through his actions of our videos. Again, like, our videos are not animated. They're not like of our imagination. They're not just pure creations of our own doing. They are derivative. They are from the source material. And, we don't really make stuff up. And again, the thing you brought up was the Nazi sympathy thing. We went and retracted that because people didn't see it the same way, and that it was a controversial thing, and I didn't feel as though that was the right thing to have out if people felt it was dishonest. So we, for whatever flack we get, we're very much about evidence-based points. I think that you would agree that we came prepared here with clips to prove our points. We could have just claimed that you made this statement or this statement, but we didn't think that that was fair for the way this conversation was sort of brought about, and the post that we had about us, we felt as though we're going to bring evidence and we're going to show our thing. And really, that's what this community does. They show screenshots of what he posts. They show videos of what he did. They show tweets that he did. Our community is really about almost reporting the news. If you want to say it in a grand scheme of things, people just report what happens.
News at 11.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how you want to see things, but my irritation, I hate to keep coming back to it, but you give like a lot of these people that do the destruction get a lot of praise from the podcast and your viewers, and there is very little, there's a lot of positive reinforcement for a lot of the destruction that happens, and very little negative. And so, the swatting was one incident where you did get some negative, views toward that incident. But, I'd like to see more of that from you guys. I mean, I know you guys aren't a particularly huge channel or anything like that, and so you don't really see the point. But, and if
it's not exactly that. It's not the voice and the reach. It's the fact that we can't try to take this role of being the police of the community, because that opens the door for this sort of thing to keep happening. Well, where were you guys? You guys had a responsibility to do this and to do that and to tell people how to think and to tell people how to feel. And we don't feel that's our place. And frankly, we don't want that. It's not our responsibility. And, it just, for me, we do this for fun. We don't do this for profit. We don't do this for any sort of like grand overarching moral reason or we want to help Phil or anything like that. We're here to have fun. We're a group of friends. We met each other. A lot of us being ex-fans of Phil. Excuse me. I got the hiccups a little bit. Being ex-fans of Phil. It's just... it's not this grand thing. So we don't want that responsibility, and we don't feel as though we should have that responsibility to police the community or anything like that. And the last thing I want to say, because I've been talking for a little while, is that there are a lot of people that are not in the Sons of Kojima. There are other groups out there. I mean, the KWO still sort of kind of exists. And there are people that, believe it or not, Das, there are people that don't really like us all that much. Crazy, huh? But there are people that, the thing I want to convey is not everybody that is anti-DSP or critical of DSP is pro Sons of Kojima and we're all on the same wavelength. There are lots of different facets to this, and there are people from all over the place that have minor gripes with Phil, major gripes with Phil. There's not like some unified force here, and we don't want to be one. So that's my spiel on like how diverse the community actually is.
All right. Well, all I really ask is that you try every now and again.
But again, like I said, that's not what we're here for, and that's not what we want. Because again, let's say that we take on this responsibility. You know what? Das was right. We need to start putting our foot down on what we think is right, and we need to try to, influence the community and sort of guide their actions a certain way. Then we become to blame when we can't do that. Let's say that there's something going on with Phil and people are so upset and they're going to go fuck him up and we weren't able to stop it. Then where were the Sons of Kojima at? Why didn't they stop it? That's not what we want, and it's just frankly not in our power to do it. We don't have the reach, we don't have the ability, and we frankly don't have the desire to police people's behavior. We can say what we feel, like with the swatting. We just said how we feel about it, but we can't tell people how they should act, and we don't want to.
All right, well.
It's funny because the minute the swatting even happened, who are the fingers pointed to? Directly at us.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. I don't understand that.
It is pretty
By who,
ridiculous.
Phil, or just people in general?
Everyone.
Phil name dropped us specifically many times, and of course his supporters
The
too.
forum, or?
If you look at the comments on his one video, there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, those haters are at it again." It's just broad assumptions, really. And a lot of people mentioned us when we've acknowledged several times that we had nothing to do with it, and we don't condone that shit.
Mm-hmm. But again,
So,
we can't. We can only speak for ourselves and for what we do, and even then, as a group, this isn't some corporate entity where we're, all right, well, Chase screwed up, so now he's suspended for 5 days or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I think people see this group, Sons of Kojima, as something different. I think people saw the KWO in a certain sense, and a lot of the people from the KWO are now in the Sons of Kojima, but I think people see it differently. The Sons of Kojima was always for and still is just being friends and having mutual interests and stuff like that. And the way that a lot of us met each other is through the DSP community being former fans. But there are a lot of people, like Moogle, for example, he doesn't really care about Phil. He talks to us about gaming and stuff like that. Like, our private conversations are usually 2% Phil, if you could believe it or not. We talk about video games, we talk about mixed martial arts, we talk about movies and all that kind of stuff. Like, Phil, to a lot of us, is such a small portion of our life. We just make parody videos on alternate accounts of ours for fun.
Okay.
You know?
Well, I'm glad that's a thing you guys do. Sounds cool. I just hope at some point you guys can maybe stop giving guest slots to a lot of the people that, might be doing a lot of harm. If they want to be on the show, you might maybe, I don't know, think about turning them down every now and again.
Well, we're a show of the people. We're just regular people. We can't, I mean, yeah, we could like vet people and stuff like that, but we're just regular people. We just want to talk to other people. As a matter of fact, we met a lot of people just based on having them as guest callers and just taking a chance and talking with people. Nomad.
Well, I don't mean Sorry, I don't mean don't have guest callers at all. I'm just saying a lot of the people.
Yeah, I'm just saying we can't, like, I wouldn't even know where to start with like a vetting process. Like what kind of questionnaire, what kind of series of questions can we ask them to make sure they're good people,
Mm-hmm.
And there's one thing I did want to address. I know you brought up the former patron thing, and you sort of said that we touted him as someone who had his eyes open and stuff like that. I just want to let you know, as far as I was the person that he talked with, and I was the person that set this whole thing up. So basically, he came to me and just said, I'm a former patron. I am no longer. I'd like to tell you guys my story. That was literally it. And we thought that would be a fair thing to do, because often people make up these things like, yeah, the patrons, they hate Phil because he fucked them over and stuff like that. And there are these general things out there that don't really have a lot of solid evidence behind them. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to talk to, it was interesting to us, legitimately. To me, I said, oh, okay, we're going to talk to a patron. He was a person that supported Phil enough to open up his wallet, right? That's a lot. It's an action. It's not just watching his videos. I like him enough. I'm going to open up my wallet and I'm going to give him money. And this guy gave him enough money to get himself custom videos, which I believe is that the $50 level or $20 level? Custom video?
Shoot, I don't remember. I think custom videos like $30, 50. I don't know. I don't have the site. I don't have the site in front of
50.
me.
I'm looking right now. Sorry about that. But I know it's a substantial amount of money. And just the point that I'm trying to make is this was a man who supported Phil to the extent where he would open up his wallet to that extent. I'm looking right now. It is $50 for a personalized 10 to 20 minute thing. I'm looking at his Patreon right now. And probably the chat's blowing up with people saying, yeah, 50. Thank you, guys. This guy opened up his wallet. $50. That's a lot, you know? That honestly is a lot of money for the average person to just dish out to someone who makes free content. And I think that was a statement to say that I really supported him, and I was so much in support of him that I opened up my wallet to that extent. And now something has happened where I no longer agree with the way his Patreon is run. I don't agree with him or whatever else. Now I'm going to change. And we wanted that. We had limited information just because we didn't want to like ask him all these things and make him feel uncomfortable. We wanted to let him on, have him talk. He came on, he gave his story, and that was it. And we ended it there. We didn't parade him around as, you know, some trophy or anything like that. We talked to the guy, seemed like a nice guy, gave him his opportunity to talk, and that was it. You know, I just don't see, you know, that being a problem.
Okay.
But that's my point of view. You know, if you have a different one, I'm more than happy to hear it. Just for me, we're regular people. We talk with other regular people, and you know.
Yeah, no, that's okay. We don't need to really get into his intentions any further than that. So
okay. But that was our intentions too. I figured since we're here, we can explain to you our intentions, because it seemed like you took a little bit of issue with that on the forum post. Is there anything else? Let me look at the forum posts and just see if there's anything else we should clear up. And while I'm looking at that, tremendously toxic community. I do want to address that because that is a little bit harmful. We are actually really proud to be in this community. I don't want to speak about the charity too much because I know that sometimes you take issue with that as well. So I want to be very careful about my words. And I just want to say that this community came together and we made a pretty big difference in the world. Like, I think that despite the dollar amount, just the intention to have the Sons of Kojima say, we know that we have a certain presence on Twitter. We know that there are a lot of people that enjoy what we do. Let's try to rally up the community to do something good. Let's all try to do something positive. And at the end of the day, everybody is really proud of what they're able to do. And we had Nina Narima from, she's the community manager of Charity Water. We talked to her on the 35th episode of the podcast. You know, she was really happy with what we've done and complimented us and stuff like that. And it just feels good that people can feel good about this. And, you know, I think people can even put that on their resume if they wanted to, that they helped fundraise a big project. And for a lot of people, this is the biggest thing that they've been part of in their life, you know? And I just don't see a toxic community being able to come together and do something positive. When people talk about things that they like, video games and stuff like that, there's support. There's, hey, let's play some games together. Hey, let's go see this movie. Let's insta-sync some different stuff. There's so much positivity that gets generated in this community that I kind of take issue with being labeled as toxic just because we criticize Phil and a couple people go and do some copyright strikes. To me, that's really the only thing that separates where we were a few months ago when we were talking with you to this post and now, you know, where you take issue with the group. It seems as though, you know, these copyright strikes have really jaded or really like tarnished your image of us, when in the past you were more than happy to come on and talk with us and have a good time. And, you know, I would assume that you would think we were decent people if you were willing to give us your time like that, you know?
Yeah, but then some of the people that kept coming into the topics were just a lot of people that were doing real harm, and there was a lot of laughter coming out of that, and that's where I took like tons of issue. Mm-hmm. You know, laughing about the destruction of somebody's livelihood is just not something I can really get behind. And you know, I see like the stream chat just last week was just reveling in the idea of him being homeless and, you know, making daughter joke after daughter joke and laughing at Leanna's soap business because soap is funny. It kind of, it was, on the other hand, I mean, the charity is great and everything, but then on the other hand, you see all this and it's just kind of, it bothers the crap out of you after a while. And nobody should be laughing at somebody losing their, job and their house and everything like that and having their job threatened over, exploiting a bad YouTube system. That's where just so much of my ire had come from, just watching all of that happen. And I just, that's where a lot of where I drew the toxicity from.
Like I said, I guess I can sort of see your point, although I strongly disagree with it, that, making some jokes at somebody or, laughing when somebody that is perceived as someone who's doing things unethically or someone who is essentially being the victim of karma in a lot of people's views. I don't see how that, invalidates the entire community or makes them bad people. It's just, it seems like, you have sort of, I wouldn't say taken up Phil as a cause, but I would say that you have taken some interest in the well-being of Phil at this point. And you've demonstrated that by obviously going out of your way to give him criticism, offering to meet with him in person, opening your wallet to him for his Patreon. It just seems as though if things happen that are against Phil, that gets a negative response from you.
Not everything that he does is ever justified to me. You know what I mean? Like everything that he does, like I'm going to look at what he does as objectively as I can. And, I'm not going to immediately start shitting on the guy as soon as he screws up, because the guy screws up. He's had a history of screwing up. But at the same time, I can also appreciate some of the effort that he takes to communicate with everybody, like his fan base, and take in some criticism on improving his attitude on a lot of games that he hasn't played before. So, the guy is at least, trying in other regards, and some regards he still needs a lot of work, like, telling people what they can and can't talk about, and the takedowns of the this is how you don't play videos and stuff like that. He's got a ways to go, but at the same time, I think a lot of why, I pledged to his Patreon, it's not a heck of a lot either. It's only like 5. But
I understand.
The reason that I am feeling as though I want to do that is because maybe I just want to see some progress be rewarded just a little bit. I'm not saying, oh, this guy is super great now. I just like to see progress rewarded. And I probably wouldn't have been so adamant to do the rewarding if he didn't get shit on so often for things that, like, there's a lot of things that he hasn't done too particularly wrong, or something that people bring up a long time ago that he has since apologized for, like shitting on Minecraft players. He has apologized for being really stupid about that. And so, it's just kind of a way to give a little bit of kudos here and there. But, I definitely am not saying he's perfect. But he's making progress, and that's, after the years of the progress that he hasn't made, it's just kind of nice to see that he's trying at least.
I get you.
So that's why the Patreon pledges are happening right now. Not a lot, but enough.
Completely understand. Is there anybody else that wanted to say anything? I know that we had some criticism for Des for the end of the podcast that we wanted to, since this is obviously a way to give criticism.
Plus, isn't there like 10 minutes before this is over usually?
Nah, I mean, we've got the whole night. Phil isn't streaming and stuff, so we can kind of do whatever we want. You're free to leave whenever you want. We just wanted to.
Well, I just want to make sure we're on good time. I got a project to finish up tonight, so I just want to make sure we're not, going over if we don't have to.
I completely understand.
But if you got stuff to say, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you give us like an estimate how much time you think you got left, and we can try to get through stuff as quickly as we can?
We've pretty much said that all we've needed to say, so I'm saying let's go for maybe 10, 15 more minutes.
Okay. So we wanted to sort of say that, we think that you might have just a bit of self-interest when it comes to Phil, since, if you really think about it, of anyone that has benefited off of an association with Phil, it has been you, right? I mean, having monetized videos that get like over 1.5 million views cumulatively for YouTube Avenue. We don't want to estimate how much money that is, but it is a substantial chunk of change. And we were thinking that it's possible that there is some aspect of self-interest in this, that, maybe if Phil goes away, I lose a muse. I lose this consistent source of inspiration, this hilarious character, as you've put him. He sort of, he's popped up in YouTube poops at the end of the MLG one with the Dark Souls face cam and stuff like that. We just thought that maybe there's some sort of self-interest, and that would be our criticism, is that the reason why you're taking up Phil in the way that you are is perhaps at the prospect of losing him, and him as a source of YouTube Avenue, him as, a loss of a series that does quite well for you, that kind of stuff.
That's pretty way out of left field. It started because I found Phil to be a pretty, hilarious kind of character to parody, and he very much is. Like, all those game box debacles, I'm pushing buttons, oh, that's a counter pick. It's fucking hilarious, and everybody's had their own laughs about it, and I wanted to make a parody character out of it, and I wanted an excuse to have a flip-top South Park head guy to animate, too. So, YouTube Avenue does not get nearly as many views as the series I started out with.
Sure.
Which is the Gmod Idiot Box, which usually amasses about a million. And YouTube Avenue only gets maybe like 300,000, and I don't think that's entirely because, it's Phil and it's funny to shit on Phil. I think it's mostly just because I've already got an established viewer base. But the thing of it is, YouTube Avenue doesn't really get all that many views, considering all the other stuff that I do. Like, I have this little short series that, like, The Vicious Cycle of Playing Blank. They're only like 2-minute videos, and they've already amassed more views than YouTube Avenue. And Idiot Box is, still just, popular because that's how I started out, and that's what a lot of people watch. So YouTube Avenue really doesn't get a lot of views. And even if Phil went away, I would still do the series because a lot of people are still interested on where this is going. Phil is his own kind of, he's almost his self-contained character. I mean, he's never had a gun pointed to his head before. I mean, he alluded to what's the word I'm trying to, a metaphor for it, but he's never actually had, like, a gun pointed to his head. He's never been hit by a car, run over by a steamroller, or anything like that. This is just like total parody. So even if Phil did go away, I think YouTube Avenue would continue, because I think a lot of people also just kind of want to see what the hell is up with, his boss, LP. A lot of people were actually a lot more interested in on me expanding LP's backstory more than, just let's, find Phil funny, because not a lot of people who also watch YouTube Avenue even know who the hell Phil is. And I don't even really, point to his channel to say, hey, this is who he is. None of the video descriptions have, explanations as to, where this guy is, what his YouTube channel is. So even without Phil, YouTube Avenue would do just fine.
Okay.
And I like YouTube Avenue because of, some of the story stuff I get to do. And I like LP. He's a funny character. People like him.
Mm-hmm.
So he's, so it would still go regardless.
I gotcha. Like I said, it's just,
it's criticism.
If you look at anyone that has benefited off of the association with Phil, the use of Phil character, his likeness, anything like that, any parody videos, all that stuff, I don't think you would find anyone who has benefited more than you. So I think that it would just be fair to question, like, is there some sort of self-interest involved? Because even if it's not your highest viewed series, even if it's not your most popular one, again, 3 episodes netting 1.5 million views cumulatively, is, is a substantial chunk of change. And again, we're not going to speculate as to the earnings on that, but just using common sense, getting 1.5 million views would be nothing to, it's not something you lose in the dryer, right? So that's just where some of us were coming from. I had those concerns myself that maybe there's some sort of self-interest here. So I'm glad that we got to cover that. I think that about does it. Does anyone else have any other things they wanted to get to with Das before we sort of get out of here for tonight?
I don't really have anything more I need to say, to be honest.
So it looks like that about does it. Any last words, Das, that you want to give to us, or anything else before we sort of head on out?
Well, I appreciate you having me on and everything like that. I know there's going to be pretty much a lot of people that have already agreed that like the debate has fallen apart or anything like that. But I think that's really just kind of the debate format. Whenever it comes to which home field you've come on to. And I understand I've probably walked into the lion's den, but I appreciate you at least staying on topic and not throwing out a whole lot of ad hominems, because to be honest, I was kind of expecting that.
Really?
Like there was going to be tons of ad hominems. I mean, Che earlier on his Twitter said no life experience, that's a lot coming from a failed security guard. I'm all like, okay.
But I guess it's a lot coming
go.
from someone with no life experience, right? I mean, you got to admit you did through the first punch when it comes to that.
But life experience doesn't just come from a job, though. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a lot of factors. A job helps, but life experience comes from just doing all kinds of things with life.
And life experience doesn't come from, whether you criticize Phil or not.
That's why I think that's even a more potent insult to say that someone doesn't have life experience. That doesn't even mean just job. That means life experience. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's even more potent of an insult now that you frame it that way, Das.
Well, the thing was, he was using my job as some way to, debunk the point that life experience comes from having a job. And he was saying like that's a lot coming from, you're somebody who has the job like yours. It's like, well, that's not like where all the life experience comes from, though. And it wasn't, and I wasn't even really calling anybody out here in particular. It was just general. There was general consensus going on among like a lot of the people who criticize Phil, giving him these really, these points that weren't very workable. Like you take several weeks off, don't work, and the idea like you don't need to take days off because it's video games, or you don't need to take a vacation, you don't need to take breaks because it's video games. It's like, I think what a lot of people don't realize is even if it's video games or not, anything that becomes a routine can make you pretty stir crazy. And yeah, you do need breaks. I'm sure it's video games and video games are meant for fun, but when it becomes routine, like I don't think a lot of people realize that you can't stand sitting in that chair anymore. And you're, and as an entertainer, you have to try and, engage more often than you would with, just playing on your own. And I don't think a lot of people quite realize that. And there wasn't, nobody in particular here, I didn't like have in mind when I said that. It was just, I'm seeing a lot of comments that suggest that they have given him ideas that were just not realistic at all, because I don't think they really realized, they've never really been in the position to realize, well, that doesn't quite work out.
Well, I mean, I just want to say, well, that was a response because, the post where you said that, the whole post was about us, it was about the podcast and the last shot about the charity. So I went off of that, assuming, it was about us, since that was the main topic of the whole post overall.
Yeah, but the part about me saying little to no life experience, I mentioned before I even mentioned your podcast. So it was very, it was just a broad consensus on a whole lot of people who give this like really unrealistic advice and say, Phil's an idiot for not taking it,
Well, it's all subjective on, what's the best advice for him, so I can't go into which one's dumb or not. But I was just saying, the whole post in general, it was about us. It was about the podcast. You were responding to that just because you made that whole post because, you didn't like what you heard on the podcast. So I assumed it was about us or we were involved in it. If it was not just about us.
Well, no, I didn't say that because I couldn't be on the podcast last week. I knew you were full, wasn't it?
No, I said you said that was a response for what you heard on the podcast, not that because we didn't let you on it last week.
Okay, I thought you said that like I was irritated because I wanted on last week. No,
that wasn't
it. There is one other thing other than the that last week podcast thing that Shay mentioned. There was one more thing I did want to bring up. I kind of got a little bit of a laugh out of this, and I hope you don't take offense to it. But you were sort of happy that Phil was taking your advice in certain regards, and you mentioned what was the advice specifically that you took of yours specifically?
To stop blaming the game for a lot of things when you've obviously messed up. There was the editing. There was I had suggested that he put some more gameplay stuff into his editing. It was there was also the idea of to get his audio, use it from the mic instead of his camera.
Okay.
And then there was, I think that, I'm trying to condense something that I had wrote for quite a while. But shortly after I had made some of those suggestions, he took some of them in. Like he tried to stop blaming the game. He was about a quarter into his Dying Light playthrough, and he was taking a shot at being more positive in not blaming the game quite as often, and he was certainly trying for a while. Like those bullshit human enemies kept like kicking the crap out of him, and instead of saying, "Oh, this is bullshit, nothing I could do," he said, "God damn, these guys are fucking hard," instead. And so he was doing good for a while, but then the game broke really badly in two different ways, and it hindered the crap out of his playthrough. So it didn't quite last, but he certainly tried.
I would suggest, this is complete sidebar, but I would suggest maybe watching more. Funny to hear that from me, right? Someone that I guess gets accused of wanting to take him down and stuff like that. But I would suggest, actually, free plug for the guy, to watch more of his gameplay videos specifically, just so that you can get a wider range, so you can tell if he actually did implement the attitude change and the blaming the game and stuff like that. Because a lot of people in the chat are pointing out instances where he still did. And as you admit, you don't exactly watch a lot of his game content, so it might be more beneficial to get a broader scope of his content. But what I was kind of getting a bit of a laugh at is, for him to take your advice doesn't seem as though it's being a good person. It seems more common sense. If I have somebody that is doing very successfully, is very successful, right? They have 4 times the amount of YouTube subscribers that I have. It's almost as though I'm being given advice from somebody who is doing better than I am. It's, we look at somebody. If I play basketball in my driveway and somebody from the NBA comes and gives me some pointers on my jump shot, I might tend to listen to that person, not because I want to be a good person, because it's the most reasonable thing to do in that situation. And it wouldn't hurt if that guy also kicked me a couple bucks every month, for me to value their opinion a little bit more. You see what I mean? So, well, I think that you're in a very unique position. And I don't think that your experience with Phil listening to your specific advice in just a few different cases is indicative of him specifically changing as a person or changing in the grand scheme of things. I think that you're a specific case because, again, you have 4 times the amount of subscribers that he has on YouTube. You are very successful with a very, small amount of videos compared to Phil. Phil has thousands. You have less than 100. That you offer something unique. And on top of that, you're also opening your wallet to him each and every month. So that not only buys you more attention and makes you more valuable to Phil as a person, but even if you didn't donate to him, you offer something completely unique in terms of your credentials, your experience, and your unique take for who you are.
Okay. Well, the basketball analogy doesn't work because one of Phil's biggest criticisms is that he never listens to what anybody has to say because he thinks he knows better than everybody else.
Okay.
That's where, you know, I'm glad he's taking feedback now. I mean, it kind of took him a while, but he eventually did. And so because that big criticism comes about and then he's finally taking it in, it's, you know, it's good that he's finally doing it. But so that's where that comes from. Now, I never said that I was like the, you know, the sole reason he's improving or anything like that. And he has taken criticism from others plenty. But the like suggesting other games that he wouldn't play, like he wouldn't have, I don't think he would have played those, you know, particular kinds of games originally. And, you know, he did after enough suggestions from patrons. But now the part about me having more pull because I have a lot of, you know, views and I use Patreon. The thing with Phil, though, is he was never afraid of me before. You know, he had originally, when he had, you know, YouTube Avenue was being thrown up in his face a lot during streams, and he eventually was asked to comment about it. He clearly wasn't afraid of me. He called me a piece of shit who was harming his content. So if there was anybody he could have, like, had every, you know, instinct to ignore my advice because I'm just an asshole looking to harm his product, if he really thought that, he wouldn't have listened at all. But he did listen because I didn't use a whole lot of harmful, you know, words and shit like that, just, you know, being a dick along with my, you know, criticism. I tried to, you know, suggest what he could do, how he could do it, and just be a little more inviting with my words rather than just a whole lot of people that just say, Phil, you're a dick. Phil, you're a failure. Stop it. You know, there's a lot of people who use a lot of really nasty words along with their criticism. And like I said, it puts people on the defensive.
Sure.
And all I did was just, I tried to be just a little more constructive than usual. What I was noticing in the forums is just a lot of people were using the nasty words. And, but I was a little more constructive about it. In terms of his incentive to listen to me because I was chipping in, I don't think $5 buys people like a lot of incentive to suddenly change everything they're doing. Not to mention, I think he has denied a lot of patrons.
Just ours.
Just yours.
He doesn't want to be in business with the Sons of Kojima, unfortunately.
Well,
and we want to contribute. You see,
I think,
Das, if we were trying to take him down, we wouldn't be opening our wallets for that Patreon.
Right.
We want to contribute too. Go ahead, Chase.
Okay.
No, I was going to say, well, I think, you know, not just, you know, the pledge, I think it's also the, you know, association or, you know, a bigger, you know, I'm not going to say star because that'd be a little pretentious, but a bigger YouTuber than you giving you, you know, credit or donating to you or just association in any form of way helps. Because, you know, that's like me saying, oh, I'm a fan of boxing. And let's say Roy Jones Jr., Pernell Whitaker, you know, 2 all-time greats, came up to me. We could have been beefing before. We could have issues. But if they offered me to work on my jab or to work on my hook, there's nothing but benefit. You know, you kind of understand where I'm coming from? It's not just the pledge that matters. It's the association that's saying, DasBoSchitt said that I'm improving. DasBoSchitt believes in me enough to donate to me, you know? Just association alone can help when you're a bigger YouTube star than the person that, you know, you're donating to or giving advice to.
Okay, I understand that, but like I said, the guy started out hating me.
Right.
So
yes, but it's the benefits that, you know, since it's about his business and it's his lively style, I think that personal feelings aside, if it benefits him, he'll take it.
Right.
That's one way to look at it, but unfortunately, that's that's just one way to look at it.
It's really, in my opinion, the common sense way to look at it. Again, if you have somebody that is more successful than you, giving you advice on how you can keep your business afloat, and you are doing poorly, and you need that sort of advice, why wouldn't you listen? I mean, I really, I don't see how it's disputable that with your success on YouTube, with the amount of with the following that you have as many Twitter followers as he does, you have 4 times as many YouTube subscribers. How can you not see that your input would be more valuable than the average person? Patreon notwithstanding, completely block that out. But just your specific, following, your success on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. That I think that it's indisputable that puts you in a different category than other people.
Well, like, again, that is one way to look at it, and you say it's common sense, but common sense also once told us that a metal boat couldn't float. So it's just it's somebody's opinion. If that's what they want to believe, great, but I'm afraid we don't really have a lot to go on as to that was what was in his mind. It might have been, but we don't really know.
Okay. Alrighty. So is there anything else that we want to get out of the way before we sort of finish up this segment and thank Mr. Das for his time here tonight? Perfecto. All right. So thank you, Mr. DasBoSchitt, for your time here tonight. Thank you very much for this conversation. I hope that on both ends we were able to clear things up and understand where we're coming from. And, if something happens in the future, feel free to reach out to us. For future reference, please don't take it as some sort of slight if we can't get you on, last minute or anything else like that. We had actually people asked to get on this one that we're going to try to reschedule for future podcasts, just because, we try to give respect to the current guests that we have. In last week's case, we had Mr. Ludacris, who's like 5 hours ahead of Eastern, so it was like midnight when it started. We had it planned out a week in advance, so we didn't want to have this giant discussion and sort of push him to the side last week. So
No. Like I said, I never took it as a slight.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, because right after that, then you went on to the forums and kind of had that vitriolic post, the one that was what did you call it? I forgot. You said that it had some adjective to it, but anyways, so yeah, if something comes up, let us know, give us some advance, and we'll talk to you in the future. If you want to message privately, that's completely fine. Just know that on the forums, we can't actually respond to you, because if we identify ourselves, we get banned. If they even think that the account belongs to me, Fred Fuchs, banned instantly. So just know that if you post on the forums, it's literally just going to the forums pro Phil people, and maybe 1 or 2 supporters of ours that are on SoK accounts that aren't acknowledging exactly who they are, because we just flat out can't participate on those forums the way that the moderation staff is.
Sure.
So, all right. So again, thank you, Das. We very much appreciate it. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, I got a long night ahead, so I will try.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was DasBoSchitt. That was the conversation that you guys were excited about. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that I did you guys proud in defending the community, and I hope that I did my friends here proud in defending the integrity of this group. I don't know what else to say. I mean, this was a lot of fun. I took this seriously, as you guys can see. I did my preparation and stuff like that. I wanted to represent us well, because he said that the community was toxic. He said a lot of things that I wanted to be able to represent, and I wanted to do it all in fact. And like I promised, when we put out this YouTube video, I have a Google Doc that has all the sound clips that we used that are sourced to the source material on YouTube. So you can go ahead and go to that. You can check out all of the different sound clips that we used in the actual clip that they're from, get the context from it, all that kind of stuff. We want to be completely transparent with what we're doing. So if you guys are listening on YouTube, it'll be in the description. You guys can check it out. That can be your little companion piece to this. And again, we apologize for the first 2 sound clips that we did. They weren't as good, but we got that figured out. And yeah, sort of all came together at the end, wouldn't you say?
Indeed.
Man,
Yes, sir.
I'm tired of talking. I think I need to take a few days off and get some Perrier and stuff like that. I'm disabled
Dude.
after this.
Metal Gear Solid 5 is going to kick some fucking ass. Take some time off for that.
Hey, look, Das is still here.
Yep.
Awesome. We're very excited about Metal Gear Solid 5, to be honest with you.
Metal Gear.
The reviews are already coming out. I guess we'll talk about this for a little bit. The reviews are coming out for Metal Gear Solid 5 early, and they are outstanding. People are smitten with this game, talking about how it's one of the most intelligently designed, one of the most clever games. It rewards you for thinking outside the box, stuff like that. We're so fucking excited.
Fingers
for Metal
crossed
Gear
that the
5.
reviews are true. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I recently bought the Legacy Collection because there was like a... Yeah, I found a copy of it recently, and
Nice.
I'll be getting into the series myself, and Metal Gear Solid 5 at a later point.
Nice.
So I'm preparing myself for it.
Joy.
Yeah, I will.
What game are you gonna play first?
I don't know if there's really a chronological order. I know there's a lot of people telling me to go by like I don't really know. I'm just gonna start off with the first game. I'm just gonna go by like the first game to the second game to the third game and then the fourth game.
Okay.
And also Peace Walker as well. I don't know if there is a chronological order, which I've been told many times there is. So
There is.
yeah.
Basically, it's Metal Gear Solid 3, then Portable Ops, then Peace Walker, then Ground Zeroes, then The Phantom Pain, which is coming out on Tuesday. And then it's Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, and then the last one is Metal Gear Solid 4. If you count Wowzen, I guess that counts too, so.
All right. I'll definitely have to look into that then.
Yeah.
I don't have Ground Zeroes yet, but I'll have to get that at a later point. I might just get them on PC. I have a strong enough PC to run the game, so why not?
Well, and Ground Zeroes was really well optimized as well. I have it on PC, and it's also, I think it's still cheaper than the consoles. I don't know, but it was really well optimized, and I really hope that they bring that optimization to MGS5 as well. We'll see. The PC version's coming on the same time as consoles now, so.
Then, of course, like I said, I'm going to play the games there and enjoy them while they are. While I also am trying to mix up my other games as well. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to playing it. I won't be playing it day one, but it'd be a good time to get into the series at least. So, yeah.
People in the chat are saying that Portable Ops is not canon. Kojima himself last year said that it is canon.
Oh, wait, is
So-
Portable Ops in the Legacy Collection?
No, the Legacy Collection was basically the games that he himself directed. Portable Ops, he didn't direct it, so he didn't include it in there. But it is canon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it then. Don't know what else I could really say. Like, it's my first time ever getting to the Metal Gear games. I don't know, I might stream them. That'd be
Nice.
fun. That'd be fun to stream. I'm gonna be horrible at them, but I can adapt. So, yeah.
I would advise if you're, I don't know, if you have the GameCube remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, I would kind of advise you don't really do that one because the cutscenes
Yeah.
and the voice acting is
Yeah.
kind of a fucking joke. I like some of the gameplay implementations of first-person shooting and wall hanging and stuff like that, but I think like the story, which we ultimately love, was poorer for it. So if you can get the PlayStation version, do that one instead.
Yeah.
It's the PlayStation version is on Legacy Collection, I believe.
Perfect.
So.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then I don't
Yeah.
need to say shit.
It's funny because my little brother, he bought me and my sister actually bought it for him, and he got the GameCube one I'm talking about, and he came to me after he beat the game and he told me, "Wow, the cutscenes are shit in this game." Like, he literally told me that straight up. He said, I do not like the cutscenes in this game compared to the original.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I didn't know you played the original.
Yeah.
You could have told me that. I would have bought them on PSN for you.
Cutscenes are a little crazy.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
I laughed pretty damn hard when Snake got the ninja into an armbar and launched him across the room.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard during that part.
Yeah.
Like, was I supposed to take that seriously?
I gotta look that cutscene up now.
Oh my god! It's after he beats the ninja. He does it. Fuck.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look this up.
It defied all physics.
And the developers that made the game, they don't exist anymore. They closed the developers. So they don't exist. That's how bad it was.
A lot of people are saying Rising's really good. I played it.
I love Rising.
Yeah.
Oh god, I love Rising.
It is so good.
I hope there's a sequel, and I hope they get more time. From what I understand, Platinum Games was actually rushed when making Rising,
Yeah.
but they still managed to deliver. It showed there were a lot of these weird caveats suddenly cut out, but I hope they're given more time for the next one, if there's a next one. I can't wait to see how they top it.
I'm a big fan of Platinum Games, so hearing them doing Star Fox, that shit has me excited. So can't wait to play that. So yeah, that's pretty much all I really have to say about Metal Gear, other than the fact I never really played it. So this will be my first-hand experience playing it.
Oh, parrying is really important. They don't explain it too well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you can, you know what? I'll put up a instructional video on how to do like parrying and defense and everything like that Chip Cheesem made. It's gonna tell you more, and you won't get frustrated as much.
Well, it's a good thing I beat it on hard mode, and I already knew about the parrying. I learned it the hard way.
Yeah.
Until Monsoon comes at you.
Oh god.
See, that's the fight I adapted to parrying really, really fast.
Yeah, you better learn it.
The minute he was darting at me, I was like, nope, I have to parry this. He's gonna mess me up if I don't do it.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Fred is back.
I am here. I was just
Welcome back.
I was drinking some water and sort of recovering from these long hours of work. I'm all tuckered out.
Aren't we all?
But I think that there's something we need to get to, and somebody sort of gave the surprise out, so I guess there's no sense in acting as though it's not gonna happen. I might have a song to play, and we might have something to do here tonight. So we've got 10 hours of this song to play, and we have a giveaway to do, courtesy of our friend Split Playthrough, who also donated some fantastic game footage to us. So let us start. Let's do a little bit of a giveaway. Now, the way that this is going to work is you must enter in a word that we give out, and Mr. Split Playthrough will message you with your rewards. Let's begin.
What is it gonna be?
So, all you guys have to do, if I did this correctly, I think it's correct. Let me see. Did it?
I don't see
Did it take? I
What
see
are we
people
looking
saying the word. I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure because it doesn't say anything. Is Meowbot in here? No, where's
no.
Meowbot? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I have
I don't
to do
see it for
that.
some reason.
It's not working.
Weird.
Interesting. Why doesn't Meowbot work? Is Meowbot disabled? Oh no! Oh no!
Is it seriously disabled?
I don't know. It doesn't work. I'm gonna turn down the song a little bit. It's probably getting annoying. There we go. Yeah, that sucks. I guess we can't.
What? I don't even know what's going on.
We're trying to do a giveaway, Towley, and we're trying to get Meowbot to work. This is embarrassing. Let me look up the commands for Meowbot, because the ones that we usually use aren't responding. No.
Yeah.
Man. There we go. And let us see. Rewards.
We're very professional. Please don't try this at home.
We did! Exclamation point rewards, and it didn't work.
This is a very professional podcast we have here.
Please don't try this at home.
That sucks. Meowbot died. I must have killed that cat. What if I remove it as a mod and then make it a mod again? Maybe that'll refresh it. Remove moderator. Okay.
That's what you get for hating. That's what you get for hating cats, Fred.
Meowbot. Make
What a
mod.
cat.
Okay, now let's try it.
Oh god.
It just flat out doesn't work. Why doesn't Meowbot work anymore?
Meowbot.
Isn't there a giveaway thing on in the Hitbox dashboard?
There is, but we've never used it before.
Oh, you know what? I remember someone in the chat. They could fuck off with that idea. A caw bot. Fuck off with that. I would jump into the program and then drop kick that bot myself. I ain't playing with these motherfuckers. A caw bot. That sounds so nasty.
We have Meowbot all ready to go. Man, this is an unfortunate turn of events.
Oh man.
What the fuck, Meowbot?
Meowbot let us down. See what happens when you trust a cat? It'll stab you in the back at the most inopportune moment possible. Let's see. Let me try something else. Nope. Won't work. Let's see if I can do a giveaway through the let me see how this works. I'm gonna try this. I don't know how reliable it is, but I don't think people on mobile can do it. Let's try it though.
I'm not sure.
What is this? Enter a question. Happen.
What happened to Meowbot? It's in Fred's fucking kitchen.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, so let's see. Can you guys see this? There should be a question, like a giveaway running right now. And it says, what happened to Meowbot? And the option is died. 22 votes, okay. 28 votes. Jesus.
Where's the option that it's
I don't know if
that it's in
people
Fred's
can.
kitchen?
Yeah, but people. That's a problem. People can't see it on mobile though. I don't like that. With Meowbot, it could have been done on mobile.
What's that I hear in the background? I hear a cat going meow in Fred's background.
That sucks. All right, so let's see how this works. Anyway, so we got 40 votes, 41. I'll give it a couple more seconds. All right, and stop. And let's pick a winner. The winner is Brilliance. Can you guys see that on your guys' side?
It says giveaway ended.
No.
All it says for me is just winners are, and it just says Brilliance.
All it says for me is the giveaway ended.
Ah, I don't like that. That's so janky. Fuck.
Kinda
Well,
ghetto.
obviously Brilliance wins, but fuck.
This win. It's still win.
Congratulations, my dude.
Hold on a second.
Oh, Tyler just suggested.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, I'm looking on there, but there's no. I didn't see anything specifically about fixing Meowbot from that. Oh, here we go. The Meowbot API system is currently having issues. You may get errors.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I don't think Meowbot is responding to anything whatsoever.
God damn it, Meowbot.
Oh, okay. Let me try.
What?
Let me try this. We might not have used it in over 60 days, and therefore it needs to rejoin.
Huh. I booze on.
Fucking Meowbot.
I don't think that did anything.
What is it, Garfield?
Yeah, Meowbot is literally like dead.
It is.
Oh, fuck.
Is there anything else we can do to like? Can we like kick it out and then bring it back in?
Yeah, do that.
Okay, I got an idea.
Why not?
We get all the viewers on the island and they fight for the gift.
Let's try rejoin. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the problem.
I just said that.
I will ban that goddamn cat.
Let me try leave. It's literally not responding to anything whatsoever.
No,
So it's like dead.
it's so dead.
What the hell?
That's fucking whack.
Let me try this. Okay, it says it's joining my channel.
Yep, it's on the channel.
So, do I have a new Meowbot?
Yeah.
I guess.
Alright, hey, I think I fixed it. Hold on.
Yeah, we got the son of the one you killed.
Oh.
It's the ghost of Meowbot. It comes
Yeah!
We got it, yeah!
Yeah!
It's the ghost of Christmas past.
Alright. So, as promised, Brilliance, you've won the first $10 PSN card. Let's get this going now. Alright. Cool.
Hey.
Let's see. So the first thing is but there we go. Oh wait, it says a raffle's already going on. How?
What?
Oh, fuck. Oh, come on, Meowbot, you son of a bitch.
Meowbot.
Wait, what?
Stop.
What's going on now?
Oh, Jesus.
And the chat's already saying it, dude.
Oh, God.
A raffle's already going on. I put stop raffle.
Only the admin can do that,
Oh,
right?
there we go. Raffle is ended. Okay.
All right.
There you go.
God damn it.
And the winner is Brilliance. What the fuck? All right, now you know what? That's his one win. He wins once. All right, let's try this again now. All right, and your winner, Cyber Iceblood, who should frankly be disqualified since he's in the Sons of Kojima.
I say he is.
Hashtag rigged.
All right.
I say we roll again on that one.
All right. So Cyber's disqualified. Your winner is Draguno. There you go.
There you go.
There's a person. Moogle, are you still recording the stream by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Awesome. We're going to stitch it all together. All right. Let's try a new word. We'll continue on. Raffle. Rigged. 01. Your word is going to be rigged. There we go. Thank you, Meowbot, for actually working.
Should have been Smite.
Here we go.
The next one will be Smite.
How about Jackass?
Holy shit.
People can't get it.
Damn.
I need to get that other fucking... Now that that's handled, let me get this out of there.
What is this ticket shit?
There. That's done with. All right, the giveaway is gone. All right, you guys ready? Let's do raid.
Word.
Let's do it.
Oh, someone's trying to cheat.
And your winner is Evil Table.
Word.
Hey,
Hey.
Heyo.
Friend of the show.
friend of the podcast.
Hey,
All
yes, sir.
right. So I believe that's 3 winners so far, or 2.
I think it's 2. It was Brilliance and Evil Table because the last one was Cyberin. He's disqualified because
Brilliance
he's in
and
the
Evil
group.
Table and Draguno.
Oh, Draguno. Okay, my
so
bad.
that's 3.
Sorry, Draguno.
3 people. All right. Let's give away the 4th $10 gift card. Raffle. Smite. For Alice.
Yeah.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Smite.
I want that PSN code, Kappa.
That gonna be Jackass.
Yeah, we'll put Shay.
Thank you. What? Oh, fuck you, bitch. You son of a gun.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, da-da-da-da.
Dun-dun-dun.
Dun-dun-dun.
No, please don't get him started with them stupid fucking. I got that stupid reading rainbow shit stuck in my head because of the damn sound clip.
Yeah, you like to say.
And your winner is BGH8512.
Crazy.
Word.
Nice.
I like how people are like, who the fuck is that? He came to watch us get wrecked. All right. Here we go. Raffle. What's the next word, ladies and gentlemen?
Jackass.
All right.
Quit chanting.
Your
Oh,
word
you son of a bitch.
is jackass. Let's get it.
Someone actually put Jay.
Oh, yeah, it was fucking Lewis. Yeah,
And
you
that
bootleg. You bootleg. You know what? Lewis, hold on. Lewis is a bootleg Lestat looking motherfucker from that one vampire movie.
Oh, someone put me down.
So, this will be for the What? What do you want, Lester? Oh, wow, you fucker. Fucking yak ass. Alright, so we will end this raffle, and you will win a 3-month subscription to PSN
Nice.
Plus.
Nice.
Nice.
And out of them 3 months, he'll stay up for 2 weeks.
Your winner is Kinky Coyote.
That's the fucking best name.
And we'll do a second raffle off of this word. It was so fantastic. Your last winner for the PSN card is Avalanche 177.
Congratulations.
What's up? I seen him in the chat for the last couple weeks. What's up, dude?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
So,
Kiki Coyote.
Rats.
thank you very much to Split Playthrough for donating all of the PS awesomeness. Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much for coming. We appreciate it. We just wanted to give you guys something back for sitting through 4 hours of us going back and forth. So 4 gift cards, 2 3-month giveaway to PSN Plus, all that good stuff. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I guess we'll say who was here. Mr. Moogle, speak for yourself.
You can find me on YouTube under MoogleMaster102. You can find me on Twitch under MoogleMaster102, and you can find me on Twitter where I post random stupid shit that nobody cares about under MoogleSenpai.
Fantastic. What about Mr. Nomad?
You can find me on Twitter, which is at the Dark Lurker, and my Twitch is at Nomad510. I might stream some more Gears of War later on this week, maybe some of the campaigns. So yeah.
Happy birthday again, buddy. I hope it was a good one. Mr. Lester.
Well, you can find me on Twitter at Lester. You can find me on Twitch where I stream sometimes at Twitch.tv/Anarchopro. You can find me on YouTube at TwitchBlazeOnce.
All right. What about the delightful Miss Alice?
You can find me at Twitter at 7incontext, and what I've been up to is annoying people and laughing at my own jokes.
And, of course, Mr. Che.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that point that Alice is a jackass. Anyways, you can find me on Twitter at retrospective PC. The PC stands for Problem Child, and I don't know, just go in there if you want. I don't care.
Perfecto. And yours truly, Mr. Frederick Fuchs. You can find me on Twitter at TIHYDP, the acronym for This Is How You Debate a Person. You can also find me on YouTube, /it's Fred Fuchs, or you can type in Fred Fuchs on your handy dandy YouTube search bar, and you can find all my delightful content. And you can also find me here, hitbox.tv /Sons of Kojima on Thursdays, sometimes Sundays, sometimes Fridays. We're coming at you, I think, this weekend, probably Sunday, or if we find some other day to do it, we're going to do some Let's Endures, possibly Super Smash. We'll get our experts together and such, and maybe we'll have a Smash. We'll settle it in Smash, Let's Endures and such. Thank you guys all so much. Again, 45 great episodes, 4 hours of your attention tonight, your support in this debate. Thank you guys all so much. We love you. Go fuck yourselves.
Goodbye.
Twice. Fucking legs hurt.
Uh-oh.
What?
We got ya.
What?
Oh, word.
We got the.
What did we do?
We got him.
How many of you motherfuckers left?
Who left?
Okay.
Who left?
Oh, man. Looks like people left. Oh, man. You guys got played
Son
like
of-
a fiddle. All
Son
right.
of a
Well,
bitch.
not only did you guys endure 4 hours of us jibber-jabbering, but you also read us from a mile away, and you guys are still here. We got you pretty good, I have to say. There's like 30 or 40 people that left. So, anyways, we've got some more stuff to give away. A lot of this was courtesy of our friends. We'll give them credit as we read it out. First of all, I want you guys to type a certain word for me. And that is going to be... let's see. What can we use for that? You know that game that me and Moogle and Pascal and Che played? I don't know what to use a word for that.
Party.
Party.
Buddy, yeah.
All right. If you guys type in party into the goddamn chat, you can potentially win something. Should we say what it is, or
No.
should we just kind of leave it as a surprise?
Yep.
Oh, you motherfuckers are in for a treat.
All right. Do, do, do.
Did a little bit about it, you know.
Oops. Wait, I need to make sure. Alright, just the picture is up. Okay, good.
Word.
Alright. So, we're going to stop the raffle.
Yep.
And roll raffle. Your winner is Jumping In.
Jumping in.
Jumping In, you have won a Steam code for Borderlands 2 Game of the Year.
Nice.
That includes most of the DLC, the fantastic game that we love so much, courtesy of our good friend Tyler Hansen. Tyler, thank you so much for that. Let me go ahead and whisper. Jumping In. I don't see him in the chat. Jumping In. I'm gonna whisper you.
Yeah. Jumping in.
Again.
Re-roll? Okay, he's saying re-roll. Alright, let's re-roll.
Alright.
There he is,
We should say what it is, because that way people can decide if
Yeah.
they want it. Alright, cool.
Okay, we should do that.
Roll raffle. King of Armor.
You know, I'm a...
King of Armor. Are
That's
you,
better.
Are you in need of this game? The fuck? Okay. Do you have Borderlands 2 Game of the Year edition?
On P-Sizzle.
On P-Sizzle. Would you like the game, King of Power?
He doesn't even know what's going on. You just want a copy of Borderlands.
I have it on PS4. Do you want it on PC, or do you want us to re-roll and give it to somebody else? No thanks. Alright, cool. Nobody wants this game.
Let's move on.
Your winner is TTSBB1!
That's cheating. You can't have it.
Oh yeah, that's Freddy. You fuck. Re-roll again.
Damn it. Yeah, you can't disqualify.
Nope.
Your winner is Kaiser Dude.
That's the dude.
There you
There
go.
we go.
Kaiser
Please tell me
Dude.
you want it.
That's
Please tell me you
good.
want it.
Kaiser Dude, do you
Please
want
take
it?
Please take this.
This is our fault for not saying what it was.
Yeah.
Kaiser, if you don't take that fucking game, pass. You fuck.
God damn it.
God damn it. What the hell?
Damn.
Why would you roll in then?
Split playthrough. There you go.
Wait,
Split
hold on.
playthrough. Do you want it?
It's game now.
This is like an
man.
effort. We have to try to figure out people that want this. I already own the game. Fine.
God.
Roll raffle. King Adi. King Addy.
Please tell
Do
me
you
you
want
want
the
it.
damn game?
For God's sake, please tell me you want it.
Please take the game out of it.
Take it, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Holy crap.
This is awesome. Sorry, someone just said
You're
that.
a bitch. No, I'm kidding.
It's okay. I know I am.
There you go.
What?
King Eddie, you have been sent a Steam code for Borderlands 2 Game of the Year. Please tell us that you have been able to receive it.
Say it. Say it so we can move on.
This is like the end of Bloodsport. Say it!
Say it, God damn
Oh,
it.
Bolo Young, that gigantic fuck.
Sad. Got it, thanks.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool.
Moving on. All right,
Finally.
we're actually going to tell you what this is this time so you can decide to actually go in there. And if you win and you say you don't want it, I'll fucking kill you.
Ouch.
Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition on the PC, there by Steam. Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition with all the DLC on Steam. Courtesy of Tyler Hansen once again. Do you guys want it? And if you do, you will type in Vegas.
That was
Type in Vegas if you want the game. Yeah, look at these people that want it.
Make
Yeah.
mistakes,
Type-
bro.
Type in the place that Dr. Fizz was just at.
That's right. Shout out to Mr. Dr. Fizz and well wishes to his family on a private matter.
Yeah, best of luck.
Our best wishes to you and your family, Mr. Fizz. Shout out to you. Wish you could be here, but we understand.
New Vegas over Fallout 4 any day.
The better of the Fallout so far. All right, 20 people
I
have
agree.
entered. Anybody else? Do you want New Vegas?
bad.
Oh, fucking Pascal giving away troll games. All right, fine. We'll give away the troll game, Pascal.
You motherless chicken.
All right. Stop raffle. Roll raffle. Your winner is Dungeon. Dungeon. Are you here, my friend?
Congratulations.
Oops, I don't want it.
Doesn't
You
want it.
fucker.
Oh,
No,
you gotta be
you
kidding.
fucking motherfucker.
Oh, come on,
Fuck.
man.
I thought your name was Dun Goo.
Sir dies a
That
lot.
dies a lot.
Please
He was
tell
just
me you want
claiming
it.
rigged. He was just claiming rigged, and now it is rigged in your favor. What do you have to say about that? Sure. All right.
Yes. Just take it.
There you go.
Wow.
Sooner, people we're gonna have to pay people in order to take these games.
Yes. Yes.
Just fucking take it.
Yeah. Oh wait, I almost messaged the wrong person. There we go. Dungeon. Oh wait, no, it's Sir Dies a Lot. See? That's what happens when I'm in charge of this. Whisper. Sir Dies a Lot. Perfect. Sir Dies a Lot, you have now just received a STEM code for Fallout New Vegas Ultimate. Perfect, and he got it immediately. Thank you. The next code
Nice.
is specific to owners of the PS3, the PS Vita, and if you pay $5 extra, you can upgrade to PS4. Courtesy of our good friend, the aforementioned Dr. Fizz, we have a copy of Minecraft. Hell, you might want to play Minecraft on your PS Vita or on your PS3, or you might want to pay $5 extra and get the PS4 version. Who knows? But you can get Minecraft. I got a good one. How about raffle? Nope. Type in Machinima,
Machinima.
and you can get a dose of Minecraft in your life. How about that? Cashinima. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right.
Machinima.
Cashinima. So, when you think of Minecraft, you think Machinima. You know, them being such experts in the machinima. So, anyways, go ahead, enter in, and you can potentially win that. I like how the chat is starting to shrink. That's what I like. I like
Yep.
all of the troopers to get the good shit. All right, we're gonna stop the raffle. And your winner is what? I thought I stopped. Oh, I put stop affle. All right. So the affle is stopped. Your winner is Dave 19067. Mr.
What?
Dave,
What?
you are going to be mining and crafting as much as your heart desires, Dave. Is he here? He's
Wait,
here.
okay, good. He
Thank
said
you.
thanks.
Awesome. Whisper. Here's your code. Again, this is for PS Vita, PS3, and if you pay $5 extra, you can get PS4. So there you go. There you go, Mr. Dave 19067 Minecraft. The next game.
Said he got it.
Up for grabs. Awesome. This one is going to be a Steam code for all you PC gamers out there. An outstanding game that was donated to us. I believe it's Doper WTGE. I don't know if the WTGJE actually makes a sound, but Doper. You guys know Doper. One of our good friends. So,
Yes, sir.
this is XCOM Enemy Unknown. Fantastic game. And let's see. I got an idea. Raffle. Dope. Enter Dope into the chat. And you have a chance at winning XCOM Enemy Unknown courtesy of Doper.
Word.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You got a dope, yeah. Perfect. Alright. Stop raffle. Oops.
All right, who won this?
Your winner is Destiny Decade. Nice. I believe
Word.
that is. I believe that's Mega Man NG.
That is
Fantastic.
friend of the show.
Great guy. Fantastic.
Indeed.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer person, and I mean that in the literal sense.
And this is how you do Let's Plays, because I like his channel.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Does great videos.
So I'm sure you'll enjoy this, and I'm sure you'll get tons of gameplay out of this, lots of mileage. There you are, Mr. Destiny Decade. You have one copy of Enemy Unknown. All right, let's move on. We've got two, count them two, Steam codes for a very outstanding game. So we'll roll two winners for this. We've got raffle. Oh man, in honor of Nomad, the word is going to be Shank. Birthday Shank. That would be pretty good. But enter in Shank.
I thought they said stank.
Stank, yep. And you will win a copy of Manhunt for the PC on Steam. Two people will. That is courtesy of Mr. Tyler Hansen, of course, who is loaded, I guess. Mr. Tyler Hansen always gives us a bunch of shit. So thank you, Mr. Tyler. Manhunt for the PC for Steam specifically. We'll roll 2 winners. You guys ready? Alright, stop raffle. And roll raffle. One of your winners. What the fuck? I keep putting stop taffle. Okay, that time I put stop taffle.
Stop taffy.
There we go. Your winner is Razin. And
Rats.
and Draguno. So Razin and Draguno. Let me give one to Razin.
Fucking Torrens with the gifts.
Alright. So one to Razin. And one to Dragoon.
Ooh. Nice.
There you go. Next up. This is another Steam code. This one is a personal favorite of mine, and it's obviously relevant, just like how Fallout New Vegas was. We're giving away Just Cause 2 on Steam.
Yes.
Great game.
One of the most fun games out there. And
I think. Sorry,
what's up,
go
man?
on.
What's up, man?
I was gonna say I think the word should be hookshot.
Hooker, perfect.
I said hookshot, not hooker.
As long as they're high priced and using a condom.
So if you put in hook shoot, all right, I fucked that up, but fine, hook shoot. Fuck it, hook shoot. We'll see who's paying attention. And that it's hook shoot. You got to pay attention. What can I say? I'm gonna blame autocorrect on my manual keyboard. I'm sorry, it's been a long night. I'm famished from this extraneous debate. So
Autocorrect fingers.
yeah, I got an autocorrect fist too on your face.
Hey, I had nothing to do with this.
I'll correct you.
Listen, motherfucker, he'll correct you back to your own
Hey.
lane.
Hey, at least I'm not the one that's spelling
Your winner is
stop
Shadow
raffle
Raptor.
Yay, congratulations, Shadow Raptor.
Raptor.
He's really cool.
Perfect.
He's here all the time.
And he deserves it, Mr. Shadow Raptor. You.
He says I don't want it.
What a fucking asshole! All the nice things I said about him, I completely take back.
Aww.
Oh man.
I'm just kidding. All right, roll raffle. Your winner is Splosia.
Please tell me you want it.
Take it.
What's up with all these
Please
Kevin-
take it.
If you don't, you're going in the fucking factory.
The factory.
Yeah, Splosia's happy for it. Awesome.
Good.
All right.
Yes,
Copy
take
of
it.
Just Cause 2,
Yes,
and I'm
take it.
sure a lot of us in the SoK have this game. You can do multiplayer on Steam. You don't have to pirate it.
Yeah.
There you go,
Yeah.
Splosia. Guys, do you know what time it is?
What's up?
What time is it?
11:08.
God damn. You know what? Forget it.
It
I
is
think it's-
time to enter into the lightning round, the main event. The
Uh-oh.
Showstopper.
oh man,
Coup de
well,
grace.
Boy.
Time to give Che away.
there is there's something that we're very excited to provide to you guys. I don't know how to say this.
It's Vader time.
Well, this giveaway is going to be exclusive to people that have PCs and Steam, and I'm not going to tell you what it is until you win it. But you guys have to have decent PCs in order to run this. That's what I'm just going to say to you. It's exclusive to Steam. submitted to us by the fantastic Mr. Tyler Hansen. We have 3 winners that we're going to pick out, and you have to have fantastic PCs. And here's the last hint. Well, should I just tell them what it is, or should I keep hinting?
Just keep hinting.
Okay.
Keep him.
Here's your hint. None of you guys have this game. So I don't want to hear it. That you don't want it, that you already have it. None of you guys have this goddamn game. Alright? So, I guess we're going to go ahead and do it. We need 3 lucky winners. And your word is going to be...
I can't do the drum roll.
Big Boss.
Oh
I
shit.
think they know what it is. You better have a good PC.
Yep.
I don't like that little loop went in.
Not with that
So-
graphics card.
I saw that Twitter post.
I think you guys can guess what it is, but we'll still surprise you
Yeah.
with what it actually is. And again, this is PC only. I hope that you guys have very high-end PCs, and I know that none of the motherfucking one of you guys got this game, so... 3 winners. Are we almost ready to stop that raffle?
I think we are.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Stop raffle.
Stop.
Your
Here we
first
go.
winner is... Dragoon. Jesus
Draguno.
Christ. Alright.
Dang.
Oh my!
Your second winner is Dave.
Hey.
What?
And your third winner
Oh.
Kinky Coyote, right?
is King
Yeah.
Eddie.
Wow.
Congratulations.
You
my friend.
3
Let's
have won, courtesy of our friend Tyler Hansen. You guys have all won copies of Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain for Steam when it unlocks on the 31st. You guys are going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. I'll also let you guys know that it comes with a copy of Ground Zeroes as well. So you guys will have something to play in the meantime if you don't already have it. Metal Gear Solid 5.
Draguno. He says, what did I
Draguno,
win?
you just won Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, my friend. Oh my.
Yep.
So that's... Oh man, he's
You
fucking
did it,
pumped.
brother.
Nice. Alright. Dave, Draguno, and King Eddie.
You almost forgot your name.
Now what you have to do is you have to get in contact with our good friend Tyler so that he can submit this to you via Steam. He's going to gift it to your account. So, there you guys go. 3 copies of Metal Gear Solid 5. Don't say that we never had you guys' backs. But that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. No, it is not. We know that not everybody has a PS4, a PC, an Xbox One. People come in all shapes and sizes. So, we figured, what can we do to make things even, to make things fair, to give everyone a chance? You know what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to give away 2... Should we even say it? Yeah.
No,
let's
because
say
everyone
it.
could use it.
This is open to the United States only unless you're going to do some trickery here. We're giving away 2 $60 gift cards to Amazon so you can go ahead and buy Metal Gear Solid 5 on whatever console you want, or you can just buy whatever the fuck you want. $60 Amazon gift cards, and we're doing that for you guys just because we love you so much.
Yep.
That's
And,
what's up.
you know,
Just
like I
take it as
said,
a
you
gift.
guys can You guys can figure out whatever the hell you want to buy with it. I would, sleep better at night if I knew you bought Metal Gear Solid 5 with the console of your choice. But if you need to buy whatever you want, buy whatever the hell you want. So, without much further ado, let's start. The word is
Oh, I got a word.
all right.
I don't fucking know. Just put cash.
You're terrible.
I don't know what the fuck. What? How can you rhyme with Amazon? What rhymes with
Agent.
Amazon? A big fucking muscular bitch?
Yeah. All right. The word
Snoo.
is. The word
Amazon?
is. Mother base.
Amazon.
I was thinking.
Base. Alright, that works.
Ah, shit, tacos. Hold on.
Uh huh.
Hold on.
You see, you got the chat going.
Your votes aren't even getting tabulated
Your
right
votes
now.
don't count. Your votes don't count.
Now they count.
Now they
Yeah,
count.
vote.
Do it.
Vote.
Wait a minute.
AJ votes.
Hey, if you're part of the SOK, you're disqualified. So good luck with that.
We'll bop you.
Gotta bop.
Come on.
Oh.
All right, motherfucker base. All right,
Brother base.
That works.
master base.
What the fuck is Pascal saying? 2-bop, 3U? Fucking no trash.
You cussing the people.
Yup. I love cussing at Pascal.
The slander.
All right, just a couple more seconds. All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
Go for it.
Stop raffle.
All
Roll
right.
raffle. Your first winner is Person X.
Word. Long time viewer.
Long
Your
time.
second winner is Martin Da Retro.
Nice.
I think that was his first stream. Martin's. I think that his first live stream was today. So congrats.
You guys
My
have
dick
both.
is so hard.
You guys have
He
both
tweeted the stream
won
out.
$60 worth of Amazon gift cards. I would like it if you bought Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain with it, but if life has made you want to buy other shit, that's completely fine. We'll live with it. Oh, it looks like he's buying Metal Gear Solid 5 after all. Fantastic. Great choice. Anyways, that about does it for us. Thank you guys all
Word.
so much. I will get in touch with Mr. Martin so I can send him the gift cards. Let me give him my Twitter. I'll give him a tag. Let me make sure I can get these guys on Twitter so I can send them.
Yep. Martin was the one that tweeted our stream out tonight.
Okay, and then obviously
I think
Person
you-
X, I believe, has Twitter.
Yeah, he does. He's like the Grim Reaper. The dude with
Okay,
the
so I'm gonna
fucking Sith.
DM you guys. I do have Twitter at Perfect. All right, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A shitload of stuff. New Vegas, Manhunt, Fallout, Just Cause 2, Borderlands. 3
Oh,
copies
yeah.
of Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain with Ground Zeroes attached to it, and 2 $60 gift cards to Amazon if you guys want to purchase Metal Gear Solid 5. That would be very much a good thing. But anyways, what a fucking day. What a fucking stream. Thank you guys so much. Oh, I forgot during my outro to say thank you guys for 1,000 Twitter followers. That just happened to me last night on my birthday. Thank you guys all so much for everything that you guys have ever done for us, supported us, tweeted us, retweeted us, favorited us, came to the stream, told people about the stream. Or if you're just here watching, that's good enough too. Thank you guys all so much. We love you. Go fuck yourselves.
More gear.
Peace.
Good night.
Enjoy.
See you guys.